Good evening and welcome to match number 19 of the SPL 2026. Match number 19, the Mon Repos Cooperative Credit Union, Mon Repos Pioneers. They're taking on the Dr. Freezer's South Castries Lions in this encounter. I am Alpha Eugene and I'll be joining you for the toss. With me are the captains Keon Gaston for the Pioneers and Kester Shalmaing for the South Castries Lions. Makafa Philip, he's the match referee for this evening. He has the coin. He'll be handing it over to Mr. Gaston, who already has the coin. He spins. What's the call? Heads is the call. Umpire confirms it's a heads. So, Kester Shalmaing, South Castries Lions, you have won the toss. What have you decided to do?
We'll bowl first.
Any decision, any particular reason for that decision?
I mean, it's our first time playing at this venue, and it just seems to play better on in the second innings.
Okay, from your previous game, do you have any replacement, any injuries, any changes?
Just one change tonight. Bolton comes in for Zai Anton.
Okay, go well tonight.
Thank you.
Quickly get a word with Keon Gaston. Gaston, you lost the toss. What would have been your decision?
I would bowl first as well.
I guess the teams chasing have won. Would that have that played any role in your decision this evening?
Yeah, it's played a major role in the decision, but we just realized that we just have to try to restrict them to a fairly total, probably about 160. Although that's not the case today, but we just have to come out there and just post a command total on the board and hopefully defend it in the second innings.
Any changes for your team?
Yes, we have two changes. Mike and Christian is out, and Cody Lesmore and David Decham is in.
Okay, good luck today.
Thank you.
So the news from the toss, the South Castries Lions, they have won the toss and they have decided to bowl. And we're going to go ahead and have a look at conditions here at the Fargue playing field. We have witnessed 2 games so far on this very wicket. It's played very well, true, bounce, a bit for the spinners also and the fast bowlers. If you apply yourself, you can get lots of runs, but there have been wickets also taken at this venue. We have good conditions so far and we're up for a fantastic game. I now urge you to follow the broadcast as we move on to the sound of the national anthem and the formalities. From now, it's over from us here.
Next time, just give me 3 seconds. No.
Mr. Calix. I come in. Hello. Kester, Mon Repos?
No.
So what you doing there? Kester, what you doing there?
Lions
Your switch. Johnson, that was the wrong place.
No, Johnson and check somebody down there.
Yes, If you're here in the cricket, you're talking to her and she asks you who's singing that, move by her. She tell you to you, move by her fast. Don't stay there. The son of Midnight Rovers, and they will be performing actual jazz this year. Get your tickets now. Every weekend you go to party. Music playing, go to stand up straight like it. Everybody wondering if you're crazy. Sarah girl, let me see you move. So come let me. Come let me see you jam. So come let me. Are we asking the teams to please get ready? Teams, please get ready. So come let me. In fact, not get ready. We need you to come out. Line up. All teams line up, please. Again, calling all teams to please come line up. All teams, again, we're asking you to line up. We're asking parents to come and take the children.
Let them guys go to school.
Children, let's go off the field. Big up to friends and family coming from far. Again, we have to.
That's not fair.
Begin.
But that's different. No. You need the camera put. No, but you have the camera in your hand.
And if somebody can point me to Chloe Dantes, please point me now.
flecha, Andre, flecha. Ah. Le batía.
Who, me? No.
Good evening and welcome back to the Fargue playing field for match number 19 in the St. Lucia Premier League T20 competition. Tonight we're going to witness an encounter between the Dr. Freezer's South Castries Lions and the Mon Repos Credit Union Mon Repos Pioneers as the teams line up for the opening ceremony. We'll witness the national anthem and the greeting of the two teams as the crowd has built at the Fargue playing field, and we're off to Chloe to get us on the way.
I am your presenter, Chloe Dantes, and welcome to the Fargue playing field in Choiseul for match number 19. It's the Premier Sports Inc. in collaboration with the government of St. Lucia presents National Lotteries Authority SPL T20 cricket. It's SPL 6 where we show them how to party. Of course, we have to give a big shout out to our gold sponsors, Court St. Lucia, bringing value home, BTSM, our silver partners, Lucilec, Computer and Business Services, Creek Clubs, Four Circles, Nagico Insurance, Flow, Forest Springs, and of course, our media partners, DBS, NBC Real FM, and Vibe Radio. Tonight's game features Dr. Freezer's South Castries Lions versus Mon Repos Eastern Cooperative Credit Union, Mon Repos Pioneers. But before we begin, let's all stand up for the national anthem. Right there. Lions won the toss and decided to bowl first. You guys shake hands.
Yes, and we're back here at the commentary booth for match number 19. News from the toss is that the South Castries Lions, they won the toss. Captain Kester Shalnine. He's decided to bowl first. So the Pioneers will be taking first strike at the Fargue playing field. We'll be using the same strip which was used last night and which was used earlier this evening. Nice crowd has developed here at the Fargue playing field, looking very splendid under artificial lights as the players conclude their early greetings and see everybody smiling, but I'm going to assure you the smiles won't last very long afterwards. Umpire Royling Cooper and umpire McVean in the shot, as umpire McVean will be the third umpire for this game. Royling Cooper and John Maffrin are the officiating umpires. The South Castries players are in a huddle as we get ready for this all-important encounter. We saw a thrilling game in our previous game. The Soufriere Titans chasing down 178. Close encounter, winning by 1 wicket. And we're expecting another nail-biting finish in this one. At this point, I would like to invite my co-commentator, Joe. Welcome to La Fargue, Joe. And we have a very mouth-watering encounter before us. Any thoughts on the game this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Eugene. Good evening, viewers and listeners. It's a pleasure to be back here at the La Fargue playing field. It's a total picture, and I am very impressed with what is taking place here. The previous game, it was really a very good game, and the two teams, they went in a ding-dong battle, but in the end, Soufriere ended up victorious.
Yes, the Titans coming up victorious in this one, but right now we have the Lions taking on the Pioneers, two teams who would really need a victory to push up the table and get themselves into a qualifying position. We have the openers for the Pioneers, Sabinas Emmanuel and Benjamin out of Dominica, the overseas player. They'll be starting off for the Pioneers. We've seen two games there. The Craftmasters, they got to 169 yesterday. In the earlier encounter, the team got to 177, and both totals were easily chased down. What do you think would be a winning total on that wicket given the conditions?
Well, my opinion on the pass score here should be around 220. So let's see what will happen.
Yes. Shabatis has marked his run from the southern end, from the Bashik end. He'll be coming right arm over the wicket. Sabinas Emmanuel looks to be on strike as the umpire looks to get the signal of the scorers. South Castries in the green. Well, both teams are in green, but the darker green, they're in the field. And we're off with the first delivery of this game. As Sabinas Emmanuel drives and finds a gap in the covers, the fielder gives chase, but unable to pull that one back in. So Sabinas Emmanuel is off the mark early with a boundary.
Yeah, ball outside the off stump, and he had the whiff. He got on top of it, opening the face of the bat and guiding it to the backward point area for 4. So good shot by Sabinas Emmanuel, and he will want to stay there as long as possible to score many more boundaries.
Yes, so the Pioneers going up front with their southpaw left-handers, Sabinas Emmanuel and Gian Benjamin. This one is short and down the leg side, and Shabatis, he concedes a wide, the first extra for him and the first extra of the innings. 5 without loss.
Not a good start by Shabatis. First delivery, he was hit to the backward point area for 4. On the second delivery, going down the leg side, and a bonus wide to the batting team.
As this one is outside the line of the off stump, and Emmanuel allows it to go through to the keeper. So after a half volley to begin with, Shabatis, he shortened his length and able to keep Emmanuel quiet. I want to give the viewers a quick look at the Pioneers batting lineup, but we'll have to do this maybe at the end of the over, as Jean-Baptiste, he bowls down the leg side again, and Emmanuel able to get, well, it's been signaled leg by the umpire, so he didn't get any bat on this one. It was angled down the leg side. He attempted a flick shot and came off his thigh pad, actually, and it raced down to the fine leg region. So, first boundary of the innings.
Wayward delivery again by Jean-Baptiste, angling down the leg side. And the batsman trying to flick it, but got the pad, and the ball went down to the fine leg area for 4. So, a wayward over so far by Jean-Baptiste.
They're 9, halfway through the first over, so good start by the Pioneers. This one again off the body of Emmanuel. He attempts a flick shot, doesn't make any contact. Umpire Royling Cooper signals leg by, 1 more to the total. We have a engaging, exciting atmosphere here at the Lafargue playing field. The crowd has built nicely. We've had an action-packed day so far, and we're looking forward to another engaging encounter. As Jean-Baptiste bowls this one to Benjamin, who just dabs it, but it's straight to Johnson Charles, who's at first slip, and it's a dot delivery.
Yeah, better delivery there by Jean-Baptiste, just on off stump, and Benjamin, as you said, guided into the man at first slip. So no run. But the two batsmen are similar height, similar build, and so it will be a little difficult to differentiate them.
Benjamin this time he cuts, and it's a diving attempt from the field at point, unable to get it. And Gian Benjamin, he was offered width here by Daniel Jean-Baptiste, and he launched into that one. He picks up his first boundary. Good start here by the Pioneers. They are 14 without loss.
And over Jean-Baptiste will want to forget, because a short delivery, the last delivery outside the off stump, and Benjamin, a short man, but getting on top of it and cut it in square down to the backward point area for 4. Superb shot by Benjamin.
As we have a look now at the Mon Repos Pioneers lineup for this evening, the openers Sabina Simanuel and Gian Benjamin. We have David Natron, Jonathan Daniel, Captain Keon Gaston, very impactful player, Craig Emmanuel, Cody Lesmore, the overseas player Donald McDonald, Zanaki Louis, Cody Fontinwell, and Nathaniel Joseph. Emmanuel, Sabina's that is gotten rid of his helmet as we see the introduction of spin from the northern end. So early introduction of spin in the power play. We've seen this same strategy used by various teams here at the Lafargue playing field. As Emmanuel drives this one through extra cover, the man not long off, he comes around, but he can't stop it. It was hit powerfully. So Sabinas Emmanuel, he picks up his first boundary. He moves on to 8. The score 18 without loss.
The ball pitched up to Emmanuel, and he drove swiftly through the extra cover region for 4. So the Pioneers, they're up and running, and they want to make a statement out there tonight that they want to win this game.
Emmanuel again punches this one off the back foot. The fielder at short extra cover can't pick up cleanly. So another 1 to the total. Moves on to 19. That brings Gian Benjamin on to strike. Royce Paul. He's from the southern end. He bowls, and this time he's short. And Benjamin, he cuts. Half stop there by the fielder. Prevents the boundary, definitely. But they pick up 2. So the Pioneers, they're off and running in this one. We saw very slow stats in the previous encounters here at the Lafargue playing field, but it looks like the Pioneers are taking a different approach and looking to apply the pressure early on the Lions.
And so far, so good. They are going along merrily.
As Benjamin goes back again, this time it's straight to the man at point. And there is no run. Royce Paul, tall off spinner. He's round the wicket to Benjamin, who drives down the ground past Paul. The man is wide out long off. He sprints across, but he can't cut it off. So another boundary. We've seen a flurry of boundaries to begin this encounter. The second of this over. It's so far gone for 13. The Pioneers are 25 without loss.
Very good start by the Pioneers, and they will want to continue these two, Benjamin and Emmanuel, to give them a good start so that they can have a good platform to launch on. But so far, it's all the Pioneers.
So 11 of the overs so far. Paul into ball his final delivery of the over, and it's short, and Benjamin looks to pull. Doesn't quite get the connection that he would have wanted, and it's picked up by the man at mid-on. Completes the second over. The Pioneers haven't been inserted. They are 26 without loss.
Very good start by the Pioneers, and some wayward bowling by the South Castries Lions, and the Pioneers, they are capitalizing on it. So Benjamin and Emmanuel, they are looking very good, no trouble at the moment, and they're playing fluent shots, and they look very good. So the South Castries Lions, they will want to make an early breakthrough to put some pressure on the Pioneers.
As we see the crowd here at the Lafargue playing field, always a very exciting venue for the SPL. The SPL really comes alive when it comes to Choiseul, and as we see the youngsters even engaged in the early exchanges here between these two teams. Very, very beautiful venue. A venue, like I mentioned earlier, would be the venue for the Choiseul Arts and Jazz Festival, which will be here next Friday, May 1st. So I encourage you, everyone, if you haven't gotten your tickets for this one, you could do so at the Choiseul Credit Union and other outlets, as Jean-Baptiste will continue from the southern end. The ball to Emmanuel, looks to go across the line. Big shot, but that one pitching, I would think, outside the line of the leg stump, and correctly signaled not out by umpire Roylin Cooper.
So that will give Jean-Baptiste a little moral booster, because his first over was very wayward, and his second over, the first delivery, wrapping the batsman on the pad.
Benjamin on strike, and it again down the leg side by Jean-Baptiste and signal wide. So I think he's struggling if he's lying a bit, Jean-Baptiste, to the left-handers. Maybe not wanting to give them much room outside the off stump, maybe looking to tuck them up on the pads, but not getting the line right, conceding a few extras. This time it's outside the line of the off stump, and Benjamin drives confidently to the man at long off, and they come through for a single. The fielder there, Daniel McDonald, brings Emmanuel on to strike. And better delivery, better line. Emmanuel just able to push it back down the wicket, and you could see the animation of Andre Fletcher behind the stumps, encouraging the tall fast bowler.
And Jean-Baptiste will want to bowl many more deliveries like this to keep the batsman quiet and even to lure them into a fall shot.
Good start to the third over, and this time Emmanuel, he flicks it off his hip, and a brilliant attempt on the boundary, deep square leg boundary. We'll have to wait for the signal from the umpire. it was flying. He was running across, and umpire Royling Cooper signals 4. So the fielder on the deep backward square boundary unable to collect this one, but it was a valiant effort nonetheless. As we see a change in the signal, it's been signal 6. So he got his hands to it. Was probably looking to, and it has been corrected again. So we'll stay with a boundary. We'll settle on 4. So Sabinas, he moves on by 4. He's on 13. Looks to tug this one, and he beats the man at extra cover. They run the first one hard, and they come back for 2.
Yes, the previous delivery. If it had stuck, it would be a brilliant catch. It was a great effort by the fielder, but nonetheless, it went for 4. So the South Castries Lions, they will want to make a breakthrough very early because Sabinas Emmanuel and Benjamin, they're looking good.
Final delivery of the 4th. Again down the leg side, and again umpire Royling Cooper signals wide. So Daniel Jabatis, like I said earlier, just a bit too straight, just a bit down the leg side, and offering some free runs here to the Pioneers. His over has gone for 9, and he bowls one outside the off stump to complete it. Nonetheless, a very good start here by the Mon Repos Pioneers. They're currently going at over 11 and over. They are 35 without loss.
Very good start by the Mon Repos Pioneers on this last delivery to the batsman outside the off stump. He went for the drive, didn't make contact, and the ball was taken by wicketkeeper Fletcher. So the Pioneers, they are going on very well at the moment. And so the South Castries Lions, they will want, as I said earlier, to get a wicket to really put them under some pressure. But at the moment, it's all the Pioneers.
Very happy to see the youngsters really taking in the action here at the Lafargue playing field. Never too early to start. And the Pioneers, they're off to a good start themselves. The 2 left-handers taking advantage of the loose deliveries offered so far. And we haven't seen such a fast start here at the Lafargue playing field. Teams normally take time to get used to the wicket, take a few deliveries to get in. But Benjamin and Emmanuel have other ideas, and they're off to a good start. 35 without loss.
Yes, the Pioneers, they're saying well to themselves. Well, they have lost 3 or 4 games, and tonight they want to really get some points on the board.
There's a early change from the northern end. Looks like Royce Paul has been replaced by Daniel McDonald, who gets Gian Benjamin on the pads attempting a sweep shot. Doesn't make any connection. We're in the power play. The 2 fielders out are at deep square leg and long on. McDonald over the wicket. Benjamin goes back, looks to cut. The man comes in off the circle at point and prevents the single. Yes, Benjamin. This time he goes through extra cover. The fielder is able to stop it, not cleanly enough, and can't stop the single this time.
Yeah, good piece of fielding there by the fielder at extra cover. If that passed him either to his right or to his left, it surely would have been a boundary. So good cricket there by the fielder. But Benjamin and Emmanuel, they're looking very good at the moment.
Good over so far by McDonald is only considered the solitary single, pulling that run rate back of the Pioneers. It dips below 10 as Emmanuel looks for the pull shot, gets struck on the pad again. So after 3 expensive overs, McDonald is done well, and he bowls this time. Emmanuel gets hold of it. It beats Johnson Charles at the short fine leg region, races to the boundary. So a 4 to complete the 4th. The Mon Repos Pioneers, they are 40 without loss.
Yeah, relatively good over by McDonald, although the previous delivery, he was lucky that Emmanuel didn't flick it down to the fine leg area for 4, but the last one, it was on his pads and he beat Johnson Charles with his right and down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So 40 without loss, a very good start by the Pioneers, and they will want to continue.
Yes, good start by the Pioneers. The bowling by the Lions hasn't really been on target, and they have taken advantage of that. And the 2 experienced left-handers, Gian Benjamin out of Dominica, he's represented the Windward Islands at the highest level. Sabinus Emmanuel, who has been prolific over the years in the SPL and in our local competitions. They would want to really continue that start and set the Pioneers up for good first innings total, as Emmanuel again, he flicks this one into the backward square leg region. There's a man at deep square leg, but it has hit well enough, and he couldn't get around to prevent another 4.
Yeah, I think it was Benjamin who played that down to the backward square leg area for 4. So the Pioneers really motoring along, and the South Castries Lions, they have no answer at the moment.
Similar in height and stature, difficult to tell the difference between the 2. As Benjamin, this time he cuts, but straight to the man at point, and there's no run.
Yeah, he had the whiff, but he didn't really had the placement, and the ball went straight to the backward point area. So Jean-Baptiste, although not conceding a run, but will want to bowl a tighter length, not giving the batsman any whiff.
He is considered an early boundary as Benjamin again pulls, and this time it goes straight through the legs of the man out at deep backward square leg. I can't seem to see who it is. Wouldn't want to call any names in error, but that was a pretty average bit of fielding. And Benjamin, he picks up another boundary with the second of this over. The score moves on to 48 without loss.
Bad piece of fielding by the field under the backward square boundary.
Advances this time and hits this one high and handsome. Gian Benjamin really taking the attack to Daniel Jean-Baptiste. This maximum brings up the 50 for the Pioneers. They move on to 54, and he moves on to 27.
Magnificent batting there by Benjamin. The previous delivery, bad piece of fielding by the fielder at the backward square area. And this delivery in the arc, and Benjamin hitting it wide over long on for 6. So the 2 batsmen, Benjamin and Emmanuel, they really put in the feet on the accelerator, and the South Castries Lions, they are under a lot of pressure.
Jean-Baptiste, he's considered 32 into his 3rd over. This over reads 4.46. So pressure being applied by Benjamin. 14 of the over so far. Still 2 deliveries to go.
And Jean-Baptiste really is under the pump here at the Fargue playing field by the Pioneers. And I'm sure he'll want to forget this spell.
The man stays out on the deep backward square boundary as Benjamin looks to pull, but it's badly lined again down the leg side. Good take there though by Andrew Fletcher.
Yes, very good save by the wicketkeeper Andrew Fletcher, very experienced. We all know about him from a West Indies player. And Jean-Baptiste really is having a bad night here at the Fargue playing field. Really is not bowling up to standard.
Shot this time outside the line of the off stump. Benjamin goes for it, but unable to get any bat on this one. Goes for to Fletcher. No run.
A red dot ball.
We haven't seen many in this first innings. As Benjamin hits this one, this time straight to the man at mid-on, Xavier Gabriel. He makes no mistake. So Gian Benjamin looking to take the attack to Jean-Baptiste. And after conceding 3 boundaries early in the over, he has come back to pick up a wicket of his final delivery. Gian Benjamin, he has to go for 27. The Mon Repos Pioneers, they lose their first wicket with the score on 55.
Yeah, very good wicket to get at this time because the two, Benjamin and Emmanuel, they were going great guns. And after Jean-Baptiste was being struck for 3-4, as you indicated, he had the final laugh as Benjamin was trying to go over long on, but he could only reach the man at mid-on area, Xavier Gabriel, who has a very safe pair of hands, and he held on. And so a good breakthrough for the South Castries Lions.
So after a very good start by the openers, good opening partnership of 55, Benjamin has lost his wicket. And we see the introduction of David Nitram, who's come sprinting out to the middle. He'll join Sabinas Emmanuel, another left-hander. So free at the top for the Pioneers. McDonald will continue from Northern End and will bowl the final over of the power play. His deep fielders will continue at deep long on and deep square leg.
Yes, so far a very good power play for the Pioneers.
As Emmanuel drives high and handsome, the man at long on was interested for a moment, but he clearly had no chance. This clears him and the concession booths behind him comfortably. Emmanuel picks up his first 6 of the innings.
Yeah, ball on or about middle and leg, and Emmanuel playing an effortless shot over long on for 6. So magnificent batting by Emmanuel, and he looks in ominous form.
Yes, good strike there. That's 6 complementing the 4 boundaries he has hit so far. He moves on to 25 of 14 deliveries. This time McDonald shortens the length and Emmanuel can only push it back down the wicket. There's no run. 61 for 1, still in the power play. As Emmanuel goes again, this time he hits him over the mid-wicket region. Sabinas Emmanuel really taking a liking here to McDonald. He's hitting for his second 6 of the over. He's moved on to 31 and the score 67 for 1.
And Emmanuel, I think, well, he has a rage because they got the wicket of his partner Benjamin, and now he's really taking the attack to the South Castries Lions. And as you said, the previous delivery, he hit it over long on, and this one hitting over mid-wicket. And really and truly, he's really in devastating mood. And the South Castries Lions will want to see the back of Emmanuel.
Yes, and early work here for the umpires as umpire McVean. As we see the ball actually coming from or being retrieved from outside the stadium, and there's no need for umpire McVean to come out with his box of dukes. Or are they kookaburras? I'm not sure. But flying start here by Sabinas Emmanuel, continuing the aggression from Gian Benjamin, and changing his line of attack is McDonald. He's coming over the wicket, but it doesn't change anything as Emmanuel gets another pitched up delivery, and the fans in the back, they are in danger and they must keep their eye on the game as Emmanuel picks up his third 6 of his innings. He's racing along. He's on 37.
And that's the Emmanuel we all know. When he's in this mode, he's very dangerous. And the South Castries Lions will want to see him back in the pavilion.
Still 2 deliveries left in the power play. This one is down the leg side. Signal wide, and Nitram recognizes the Oh, it's a leg by actually. So leg by signal by umpire John Maffrey. So he must have gotten some part of his pad onto that. Brings Nitram on to strike for his first delivery and the final one of the power play. 74 for 1. As Nitram attempts a sweep shot outside the line of the leg stump, doesn't make contact, wide signal. And he cuts this one late, but straight to Jean-Baptiste at Shotford man, and there's no chance for a signal. So at the end of this over, we've come to the end of the power play. The Mon Repos Pioneers, they have had a fantastic power play. They have gone on to 75 for 1 after 6.
And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will be the happier of the two teams after the power play. 75 for 1. So they have a very good base in which to launch an attack in the last 14 overs. But cricket, as we all know, is a game of glorious uncertainties. So we can never predict what will happen. But so far, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will be very happy with their work so far.
So we see a change from the 7N. Xavier Gabriel, the experienced right arm fast bowler, has been given the responsibility of continuing the attack. He's taken over from Jean-Baptiste, and Sabina Simanuel looks in ominous form. He'll be on strike. The field can spread now. You could see fielders being dispatched in different directions. We have protection down the ground and square of the wicket. As Emmanuel, he drives, but McDonald quickly comes across to prevent any run.
A modest delivery by Gabriel, although Sabina Emmanuel might feel aggrieved that he didn't make a better use of this delivery, but nonetheless, it's a dot ball.
And Emmanuel, he hits this one high and over the extra cover region. He found a gap between the man at long off and deep cover, and he picks up another 4, moves him into the 40s.
Almost the same delivery as the previous one. So, but this time he made no mistake and he hit it over the man at extra cover and bisecting the long off and the deep extra cover into the boundary for 4. So Sabina Emmanuel is continuing to look good. And from a Mon Repos Pioneers standpoint, they will want him to stay there as long as possible.
So, Emmanuel is on 41 of just 20 deliveries. And he clips this one again off his hip elegantly, long and high into the boundary. Sabina Emmanuel is playing a gem of an inning so far. He's quickly moved on to 47. And applying real pressure here on the South Castries Lions.
And my word, not even the experienced Xavier Gabriel can stop Sabina Emmanuel this evening. And he's really looking dangerous. And the South Castries Lions, as I said before, they will want to see the back of him very soon.
He is free short of a half century. As he drives this one again, high and handsome, Sabina Emmanuel. He brings up his half century with a massive hit over the dugout here in the southern portion of the ground. He's brought it off 22 deliveries and he has moved the Pioneers quickly off to 91. Brilliant start here by Sabina Emmanuel.
My goodness, what a brilliant inning so far being played by Sabina Emmanuel. He and Benjamin they started, but Benjamin was out caught. But Sabina Emmanuel, he's taking charge now. And really and truly, the South Castries Lions, they are under a lot of pressure.
He's hit 5 4s and 5 6s. Emmanuel striking at 240. He's really been the enforcer for the Pioneers in the early stages of this encounter, and this has forced a small conference between Captain Kester Shalmine and Xavier Gabriel and other senior members of the squad. Larry Edward, another accomplished player in his own right. And we will give you the lineup for the South Castries Lions at the end of this over. Emmanuel this time just tucks it off his hip down to fine leg, and he picks up a single and gets off strike.
Emmanuel, he's showing how versatile he is. He can hit the big sixes, but he can also play the touch and get the single down to fine leg. So brilliant batting by Sabinas Emmanuel.
They're currently going at 13.46, the Pioneers. If they continue that, we'll be looking for something well over 200. As Nitram this time gets an edge outside the line of the off stump, and the man at third man, he's in the circle. So he picks up his first boundary and gets off the mark. At the end of the 7th over, it's 96 for 1.
My goodness, what a start by the Mon Repos Pioneers. As I said, they haven't won a game so far, and tonight they're really putting their feet on the accelerator, and they want to put a statement out there tonight that they really want to get a victory.
As we have a look at the South Castries Lions team for this evening, they have the experience of Johnson Charles and Andre Fletcher at the top. Bolton Sayers is coming back into the team for this game. Efron Charles, Daniel McDonald, who we have seen with the ball, Captain Kester Shalmine, Malcolm Monrose, the experienced Xavier Gabriel and Larry Edward, Royce Paul and Daniel Jean-Baptiste. That's the lineup for the Lions, as there's another change from the southern end. It looks like Royce Paul being reintroduced. As we have a look at that final delivery from Xavier Gabriel, a good one. It looked to just move away from the batter. Cover driver attempted the outside edge found, and he picks up a boundary to third man. Paul, his first over went for 12. He'll be bowling to Emmanuel. And Emmanuel looks to play this one outside the line of the off stump. It beats him. We'll have to wait to have a look for the signal from the umpire, and he signals buys. So it beats the batter and it beats the keeper. Oh, there is a change in signal, and his signals 4. I think after a few words from Andre Fletcher, who didn't want this going against his name. Clearly an edge from Sabinas Emmanuel, and he picks up 4 runs. So 4 to the total, 4 to Sabinas Emmanuel, and that also brings up the 100 for the Pioneers in the 8th over. As Emmanuel, he goes over cover this time. He finds a gap. The man at point can't come across, so he's really on the move here. Sabinas Emmanuel, back-to-back boundaries to start the 8th over.
Just in the 8th over, and they already crossed the 100 mark. So the Pioneers they're really going on very well here this evening at the Lafargue playing field. And the South Castries Lions, they're really under a lot of pressure.
Yes, the Lions. I remember them conceding over 200 against the Craft Masters at the Francis Babalastic Stadium. And if the Pioneers continue the way they have started tonight, they'll be looking for something well over that 200 mark, as Paul is halfway through his second over. And Emmanuel, he goes again, this one high, almost over the tower, the light tower that is at the Lafargue playing field. He hits his sixth maximum of this innings. He's gone to 68 of just 27 deliveries. Sabinas Emmanuel, he's putting on an exhibition here tonight.
My goodness, what a magnificent innings been played there by Sabina Simanuel. That's the real Sabina Simanuel we all know. And really and truly, the South Castries Lions, they are really under a lot of pressure and they will have to find a way to get him out.
He's going at 251, Sabina Simanuel. As the umpires tried to get a replacement ball, umpire McVean early into the action. Emmanuel is on 68. Over going for 14 so far. 110 only into the 8th over. As Emmanuel he goes again, this time the man at long on is interested. He comes diving forward and he's unable to complete the catch. It looks like Kester Charlemagne, normally a very, very good fielder. I think he got to this one, but diving forward, just unable to complete it. As we have a look at the replay. Yes, he got there, Charlemagne. It was dying on him and just unable to hold on. As Emmanuel he goes again, this time he's straight. And this one is even bigger than the previous hit. So Sabina Emmanuel haven't gotten a reprieve of the previous delivery. He hits the follow-up delivery, finishes the over from Royce Paul, which has been very expensive. He's conceded some 22 runs, I believe, from that over. And at the end of the 8th, the Pioneers, they are 118 for 1.
Oh, what a scintillating innings being played there by Sabina Emmanuel. And oh my God, the crowd here at the Lafargue playing field is being treated to some magnificent batting by him. And the other batsman, Natrum, is just a mere spectator at the other end. But Sabina Emmanuel, he's really going great guns. And he has moved on to 76. And really and truly, he really giving his team a good total. But they will want him to continue. And so I'm sure the South Castries Lions, they are under a lot of pressure. And Kester Charlemagne has introduced himself into the attack.
As we have a look at the over-by-over chart, and the South Castries Lions really bleeding in the last 3 overs. The last 3 overs have all gone for 20 or more runs. So Sabina Emmanuel really putting his foot on the accelerator and putting extreme pressure on the Lions. They're going at 14.75 and over.
Tremendous batting by Sabina Emmanuel.
Natrum on strike. And he attempts a pull shot, ends up in a bit of a tangle himself. But he gets a single, and that's all he needs. That's all the Pioneers would want to get Emmanuel back on strike. He's rushed to 76, and I don't think he's going to take his foot off the accelerator at all. I think he'll be looking to attack Charlemagne. And this one is short, and he hits it straight to the man at point. So Kester Charlemagne, having put down Sabina Emmanuel at long on, he takes the ball himself and is able to pick up that big wicket. So Emmanuel, he goes for a well-played, brilliant 76 of just 30 deliveries. The Mon Repos Pioneers, they've lost their second wicket with the score on 119 for 2.
A very good breakthrough to get Sabina Emmanuel, who was really tearing the bowlers apart. And as you said, Kester Charlemagne dropping Sabina Emmanuel, but taking things into his own hands, taking the ball and the delivery outside the off stump, and Sabina Emmanuel cutting it, but straight to the man in the backward point area, and who took a comfortable catch. So the South Castries Lions, they are very happy to see the back of the dangerous Sabina Emmanuel.
So Kester Shalmang making a very important breakthrough for the Pioneers, breaking that important partnership, getting rid of the dangerous Sabinus Emmanuel. It brings Captain Keon Gaston to the crease. Another very attractive player, all-rounder. And he'll be looking to shepherd the middle order of the Pioneers. They're off to a good start. He has a good foundation. And we just want to just keep the scoring rate ticking over.
Well said, Alpha. And he's the captain of the team, so he will want to really stay there as long as possible because they have a very good platform. And so they will be looking at something at 220 to 30 to give themselves a chance. But we have the dangerous Fletcher and Johnson Charles, so it will be a very good game.
As he comes across to Chris and flicks this one, but finds the man at mid-wicket. Gaston represented the St. Lucia Kings last season in the CPL. Same team as Johnson Charles, who's in the field for the Lions. And this one, he beats him, Shalmang, so making a real impact, Kester Shalmang. And every time I seem to see him, he's doing something in the game. Either he's batting or he's bowling or his captaincy in general. He's a good player and a very good over for him so far. He's only considered the single and picked up the wicket of Emmanuel. As Gaston just pushes that one back down the wicket. The dot ball.
A very good over so far by Kester Shalmang. And even better when he got the wicket of Sabinus Emmanuel. And he has slowed down the scoring rate. So the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy. And they will want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really peg the Pioneers back.
Final delivery of the 9th. And Gaston just clips this one into the short mid-wicket region. And as the man from mid-wicket comes across and the bowler collide, they're able to pick up a single. So the score after 9 overs, 120 for 2.
Yeah, so the Pioneers, as I said, they will want to get a score of over 200 because, as you said earlier, we have had scores of 160 and 170 and was easily chased down, so they will feel safe with around 220 to 30. But as I said, in the South Castries batting lineup, we have 2 dangerous players in the names of Andre Fletcher and Johnson Charles, so we are in for a very good game this evening.
So Natram, he's been there a while, but he's only faced the 3 deliveries. Gaston is new to the wicket, so we'd say we have 2 relatively new batters at the crease. The dismissal of Sabinus Emmanuel for 76 would have maybe just eased up the pressure a bit on the Lions. They would want to probably continue taking wickets as we see Larry Edward being introduced from the northern end. He'll be bowling left arm orthodox and he'll be coming round the wicket to Gaston. And he starts off with a dot delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Good delivery by Larry Edwards.
Short and wide, and Gaston cuts. But the man at extra cover comes across. Looks like McDonald. As we see a slight drizzle coming across the Lafargue playing field. As the fans, they look for shelter. The umpires are on move, so they don't think it's enough to cause any disruptions in play.
I saw the weather this afternoon. It was hovering around, so probably we might have a stop in play. But as you said, it's not that heavy because the umpires are not signaling for the covers, so play will continue.
The covers, I believe, are somewhere behind us, and we have not even seen any movement from the groundsmen, so they don't seem to be taking it very seriously. We had a good breeze blowing earlier on, so expecting those clouds to blow by as Nitram, he sweeps this one fine. There's no protection on the backward square leg boundary, and he picks up his second boundary, Nitram. He moves on to 9, and the scoring continues for the Pioneers. They are 125 for 2.
A badly line delivery there by Larry Edwards on the pads of Nitram, and he said thank you very much and swept it down to the boundary for 4.
Again goes for the sweep shot, and again in the same position, but the man was placed a bit finer and able to cut this one off. So he can only pick up a single. He moves to double figures and moves to 10. It looks like a very busy player, David Nitram.
Yes, but I was surprised when he came at number 3 because in his last game he soaked up a lot of dot balls.
And Gaston this time cuts it, and Johnson Charles with a diving effort at short foot man, rolling back the years, the veteran, and stopping that one from going into the boundary. So we're the final delivery of the 10th over, almost at the halfway stage. Edward goes to Nitram, and he just guides this to short foot man. So as we come to the end of the 10th over, having been put into bat, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are 127 for 2.
Not a bad first over by Larry Edwards, just the 1-4 coming off it. And so he'll be not too disappointed with this over. And so the South Castries Lions, they are gradually pegging back or getting back into the game slightly, with Benjamin back in the pavilion and the dangerous Abinas Emmanuel. The South Castries Lions will feel that they have a chance to restrict the Mon Repos Pioneers.
And we're off to Chloe for a quick interview.
Super Titans and Mon Repos. Okay, so what do you think about your team's performance tonight? I was a bit. What would I say? Happy, disappointed. I was a little bit disappointed when I saw, like, from the starting of the game, like, Bigwood was like 69 in 11 overs, and then all of a sudden they came up to 178. So I was afraid. And then when I saw we came over, we came out. Okay, but what about Mon Repos? Because that's the other team that you're supporting. I'm a bit surprised in Mon Repos' performance because, like, it hit over to you already. One of them, so I believe Mon Repos is out for the win tonight. So you're very confident they will take the win. Yes. So just Super Titans and Mon Repos is going to win these matches tonight. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. I'll see you guys in the commentary.
Doesn't get any connection. So 2 dot balls to commence the 11th. Kester Charlemagne is bowled brilliantly given the in relation to his colleagues who have gone around the park, and he bowls a full delivery and diving effort. A really good effort from the fielder at short flying leg. It was an inside edge from Natram, and he was unable to cut that off. So the first boundary considered off the bowling of Kester Charlemagne, 132 for 2. Natram looking to continue. He's on 15. This one he offers another cut shot and again fails to make any connection. There was a man at Shotford man and point, and any bat on that he most likely will pick up a boundary but can't connect. Again, he looks to cut, but this time it's pretty wide and signal wide by umpire Cooper. Charlemagne a little bit disappointed with that delivery. He's in the middle of a very good spell. As Natram drives elegantly, but Johnson Charles comes across quickly and taking a diving catch to his right, making that look fairly easy. Johnson Charles. So Kester Charlemagne, he continues the good work. He picks up the wicket of David Natram for 15, and the score 133 for 3. Good work there by Johnson Charles.
Oh, that was a magnificent catch by Johnson Charles. He ran to his right and the ball was deep in, and then he dived full length and picking up the ball inches off the ground. So as we say, catches win matches, and that was a great catch by Johnson Charles. And he's a wicket keeper, so that made it even easier for him. But Kester Charlemagne, the captain, he strikes again, and the South Castries Lions, they are slowly getting back into the game.
Yes, we see a dip in the run rate. They're going at 12. They were previously going at 14 when Emmanuel was still out there. Natram, when he hit this one, he looked confident, but Johnson Charles making the interception in front of his own dugout, making that one a little bit more special. So they lose their third wicket immediately after the drinks break. Kester Charlemagne in the middle of a very good spell. He has figures of 2 for 7, and he'll be coming to bowl his final delivery of his second over and the 11th.
Yes, so good bowling there by Kester Charlemagne, and he really has been doing a good job for his team to get the wicket of Sabinas Emmanuel and now Natram. And so the Pioneers, they've been pegged back a little, and Kester Charlemagne and the South Castries Lions will hope to make further inroads into the Pioneers batting.
This one is pushed into the mid-wicket region. Larry Edward quickly into this one, shy at the stumps, and would be interesting if he had hit. However, we come to the end of the 11th. Kester Charlemagne, he completes another successful over. The score after 11, 134 for 3.
Yeah, brilliant work there by Larry Edwards, and I think if that hit, the batsman would have fell short by a few inches. But the South Castries Lions, they are really on their toes now because they sense they have a very good chance to keep the Mon Repos Pioneers under 200.
Jonathan Daniel has made his way into the wicket to join his captain, Keon Gaston. And the two of them, they would want to put on a good partnership, maybe consolidate a bit after the loss of those 2 quick wickets. And they'll be still looking for something in the region of over 200 given the start they have gotten. They're well ahead of this game. As Daniel is on strike and Edward. This one is pushed into the man as short footman Johnson Charles. He fails to pick up cleanly this time, and the batters come through for 1.
Yes, and so little misfield there by Johnson Charles, but they wouldn't mind that because he took a brilliant catch early on.
Gaston, I think, he's beaten there in the flight, and Charles is chasing this one. It comes down close to us at the media center end. He's unable to pull it back in. So Gaston, he picks up his first boundary. It moves him on to 7, and the score 149 for 3.
Though not in total control, Gaston, but nevertheless, he gets the boundary down to the Ferdman area. But I am from the old school, and I always believe in a slip.
Yeah, we don't see much of that now in T20. I haven't seen much. The slip maybe for the first 2 overs, then it quickly disappears maybe into the outfield as Edward bowls this one, and Gaston top edge, but it falls safely. There's no one in front of score on the leg side, so gets away with that one, and he picks up another single, 140 for 3.
Yeah, again, he was not in total control of the shot, but but the ball fell in no man's land, and so he got a single. But he will want to tighten up and see if they can build a partnership between the two.
Andre Fletcher is making some slight adjustments in the field. And as you talk, Johnson Charles has moved into a first slip position, so well spotted there by Joe. Larry Edward probably getting some balls to grip and turn away from the right-handers as he comes in round the wicket, and Daniel, he looks for a leg side slog sweep, and I don't know by how much that missed the off stump, but it wasn't by much. Over going for 6 so far. And this time he just defends it, but straight to McDonald at mid-wicket. So, interesting battle here between Edward and Daniel. As we see a slight drizzle coming across the ground again. Good fielding there by Royce Paul at backward point, and the 12th over has come to an end. So we've seen a slight reduction or significant reduction in the scoring rate since the departure of Emmanuel. The Pioneers, the 140 for 3 after 12.
Yes, and as I said, the South Castries Lions, they are slightly getting back into the game. And as you rightly said, since the departure of Sabinas Emmanuel, the scoring rate has slowed down a bit. And so the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy with what has transpired in the last 3 to 4 overs.
As we have a look at the over by over, and clear indication after the 8th over, I think that was after the dismissal of Sabinas Emmanuel, those tall buildings have become very short ones, and the scoring rate clearly decreasing. And I think it's a period of consolidation there by the Pioneers. As Gaston clips this one into the leg side, and a brilliant catch by Larry Edward. He's been good in the field tonight, and they lose another of the Pioneers. They are 140 for 4.
My goodness, what a magnificent catch by Larry Edwards. The ball was flicked in the short mid-wicket area, and Larry Edwards diving and picking the ball inches off the ground. And really and truly, the South Castries Lions, they're beginning to roar.
Yes, the Lions, they're getting themselves back into this contest, continuing to pick up wickets. And that was an important wicket of Keon Gaston. He's an attractive player. When he gets in, he could really accelerate the scoring. And they'd be happy to see him back in the dugout as we see the tall dreadlocks figure of Craig Emmanuel striding out into the middle.
Yes, so the experienced Craig Emmanuel, and he has joined Jonathan Daniel, the wicketkeeper batsman. And these two will want to continue on the good work that Benjamin and Sabinas Emmanuel started. But really and truly, the South Castries Lions, they are really pegging the Mon Repos Pioneers back at the moment.
Shalmang has picked up his third wicket. 3 for 8 so far. Brilliant figures by him as Emmanuel could only pop this one, and Shalmang coming across inches away from his right hand. That would have been his 4th wicket, Kester Shalmang. He's really made an impactful contribution in this game.
My word, and the heart of Craig Emmanuel would have been in his mouth there. But Kester Shalmang just couldn't get onto the ball. But very good bowling by Shalmang.
Emmanuel gets this one shot of a good length and hits him on the pad. So Kester Shalmang in the middle of a brilliant spell, you must say. His colleagues, they went around the pack earlier on in this game, and he has figures of 3 for 8 into his third over. Emmanuel, this time he flicks it, and the man from deep square leg, he runs in and he takes another catch. Would you believe it? The Pioneers are losing their way. They were off to a very good start, but the introduction of Kester Shalmang, he picks up his 4th wicket, Shalmang, and he's really pegging back the Pioneers as Craig Emmanuel hangs his head as he retreats to the dugout. He's gone for naught. The score 140 for 5.
Another blow struck by Kester Shalmang, and my word, he is in the middle of a magnificent spell. Craig Emmanuel getting the ball on his pads. He flicked it beautifully, but he picked up the only man on the mid-wicket boundary who took a comfortable catch. So, as I said, the South Castries Lions, they're roaring, and they're roaring loud.
So after that blazing start by the Pioneers, they have lost 5 wickets. And Cody Lesmore I believe has made his way out to the middle to join Jonathan Daniel. Still some batting for the Pioneers, but they would really want to stop the flow of wickets if they are going to post anything substantial. As McDonald Lesmore, that is beaten outside the off stump as Shalmang looks to complete his 3rd over. And he'd be enjoying this, Kester Shalmang, as he closes out his 3rd over. He's bowled a brilliant spell so far. He has figures of 4 for 8 after 3. The score 140 for 5.
I think what really spurred him on is when he dropped that catch. So that really spurred him on to introduce himself into the attack, and since then he has really reaped havoc into the Mon Repos Pioneers batting, and he has taken 4 wickets and really has pegged them back tremendously. And the Pioneers, after having a good start, Sabinas Emmanuel and Benjamin, they are really falling apart, and the South Castries Lions, they are on top.
Yes, as we have a look at the bowling card, Daniel Jean-Baptiste, he went at 11s, picking up the solitary wicket. All the other bowlers, including Royce Paul, Daniel McDonald, Xavier Gabriel, all going over 12s. Xavier Gabriel's solitary over going for 21. But Kester Shalmain, his introduction, he has picked up 4 wickets. Together with Larry Edward, they've really pegged things back for the Lions. And Edward continues his third over. I think a lot here would depend on the overseas expertise of Jonathan Daniel. Really want to carry that batting lineup along. Still 7 overs to go. And he's back to Edward. And there's no run.
Larry Edwards, former Winwoods player, he has loads of experience and he really will want to bowl a magnificent spell for his team.
And Daniel, he goes for a big hit, and this one is skied, and the man at Shotford, man, coming in. He had to stretch in the end. Jean-Baptiste, he takes the catch, and wickets continue to tumble here for the Pioneers at the Lafargue playing field. They lose their 6th. Larry Edward, he picks up his first. Jonathan Daniel, he goes for 2. The score 146 for 5.
Really and truly, the Pioneers now, they're falling apart after that very good innings by Sabinas Emmanuel and a quick fire on a 25 by Benjamin. The rest of the batsmen, they are really not come to the party. And the South Castries Lions, they're really back into the game.
140 for 6. Correction, 140 for 6. As we have a look at the woman, we could see it was climbing and climbing quickly in the early stages, but has come to a sudden halt. And at the loss of the 6th wicket, I was saying that the Pioneers would be depending on Jonathan Daniel, to really bring them up to a good first innings total, and he's seen his demise. Going for another big hit and really getting the top outside edge of the bat, losing his wicket to Larry Edward.
Yes, not good batting by the Pioneers, because at this point in time they still have a lot of overs left and they're really throwing the wickets, and the South Castries Lions are very happy.
As we see a quick single being taken. Off the mark straight away. Good crowd here at the Lafargue playing field. They've been treated to some good cricket so far, and in this innings in particularly, a contrast of two different innings really. As Lesmore, he pushes this one into the offside and he picks up a single. He's off the mark.
Yes, and that's the right thing to do, because as I said, they still have a lot of overs left. And so they just have to try and take the 1s and 2s, and when the loose balls come along, they can try and see if they can get the bunches. But at the moment, they just have to try and build a partnership between the two.
As Larry Edward, he brings the 14th over to an end. The Pioneers, having been inserted, they were off to a brilliant start. They've lost 6 quick wickets and they are on 142 for 6 after 14 overs.
So as I said earlier on, the Pioneers, they need to build a partnership between these two, because after Benjamin and Sabinas Emmanuel gave them a good start, they have really fallen apart and they have thrown their wickets away. And so the South Castries Lions, they are really getting back into the game, and you can see that they are very happy. So as I said, the two batsmen at the crease, they will have to bat as long as possible to get a score of now 100 180 or 190 or close to 200 to give themselves a chance.
So, a change being made by Kester Charlemagne. Xavier Gabriel will be reintroduced from the southern end, and he immediately makes a breakthrough. Cody Fontenelle, he just nicks that one through to Cody Lesmore. Sorry, he nicks this one through to Andre Fletcher, who makes no mistake. So it looks like a procession out there. The Pioneers, they've lost their 7th, in a real contrast to what happened in the first half of this innings, and it's really falling apart for them.
Yes, so cricket for you. It's a funny old game, and we all thought when Sabinas Emmanuel was going great guns that the South Castries Lions would be chasing something over 200. But now the South Castries Lions have fought back, and really and truly the Mon Repos Pioneers, they're falling apart, and they will want a partnership so that they can get a score of around 190 to really give themselves a chance. But at the moment, the South Castries Lions, they're fully in charge.
They're going at 9.95, but they've lost 7 wickets. And now the 200 mark looks a long way away. And I think they'll do very well to even get to 170, 180. As Cody Fontenelle makes his way out into the middle. Gabriel, after going for 21 in his first over, picks up a wicket off his very first delivery of his second over.
Yes, so a good breakthrough for the South Castries Lions. Well, Gabriel getting the batsman, Cody Lesmore, caught behind, and he'll be very happy, and I'm sure he'll want to take another wicket to put them into further problems.
Gabriel to Lesmore, who just pushes that one straight to the man at point, and they challenge him, takes a single. Royce Paul, he doesn't pick up cleanly, so he's off the mark straight away.
Yeah, so both Codys are playing tonight in the Mon Repos Pioneers 11. Cody Lesmore and now Cody Fontenelle. So Fontenelle and the other batsman, they will want to stay there as long as possible to really get to a score that will be acceptable, a score that they can defend. But as I said at the moment, the South Castries Lions, they are well in charge.
McDonald on strike, and he hits this one high, handsome, over long on. Xavier Gabriel deciding to bring this one up to the bat, and Jonathan Daniel, is it? I may be mistaken. He hits this one high and handsome, and he picks up a 6. So first boundary in quite some time for the Pioneers.
Yeah, magnificent shot there by Jonathan Daniel. The ball pitched up in the arc, and he went through with the shot and hitting it over long on for 6. A great shot, and they will want many more of these.
It may be McDonald. Slight error in the graphic as the scorers adjust the score. I think it's McDonald who's out in the middle. He's there with Cody Lesmore, and he's on strike. Gabriel this time backs away, and Gabriel follows him with a quick, sharp bouncer. Good comeback here by Xavier Gabriel.
Yes, and that's the Gabriel of old. We all know how fiery he was in his younger days, and this delivery bring back memories. After being struck over long on for 6, he came back with a short delivery which followed the batsman, and the ball went through to the keeper. So good delivery, comeback delivery by Xavier Gabriel.
He want to finish over well, and this time he pulls it. There's protection straight to the man out at deep backward square leg. So McDonald up to the task this time. Didn't get the gap, but picks up a single.
Yeah, good pull shot there by McDonald. A short delivery, but he got on top of it and pulled it through the mid-wicket area. But the fielder making a very good save, and they could only get a single.
8 of the over, final delivery of his second, and Fontenelle drives to the man at cover, and there's a ricochet of the fielder coming around to back up, who allows them to go through for two. So he picks up two. Fontenelle ends a successful over for Xavier Gabriel. It's the end of 15, and the Pioneers looking to make a recovery. They are 152 for 7.
Yes, a very good over by Gabriel. Just the one boundary coming off it. And so the South Castries Lions, they continue to peg the Mon Repos Pioneers. But with 5 overs remaining, and they are 152 for 7, so they can still see if they can get to the 200 mark. But the South Castries Lions will have other ideas, and they will want to continue to make further inroads into the Mon Repos Pioneers batting.
Fantastic pictures here at the Lafargue playing field as the Pioneers move into the final phase of the innings. They're going at over 10s, but they've lost 7 wickets, and they'll be looking for a partnership between the lower batters of Fontenelle and McDonald to really get them into a score of some respectability, as McDonald hits this one, but straight to the man on the long on boundary. Xavier Gabriel, he takes his second catch of the evening, and they lose their 8th, the Pioneers. McDonald, after hitting a 6 in the previous over, he goes off the bowling of Larry Edward, who picks up his second, 152 for it.
Timely blow struck there by Larry Edwards and the South Castries Lions. McDonald trying to clear the man at long on, but succeeding in giving him a catch. Xavier Gabriel, who has a very good pair of hands, and he will not drop that. So the South Castries Lions, they get another wicket, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they're under more pressure.
We see the introduction of Zanaki Louis, who replaces McDonald. 152 for it. And just to illustrate what I was saying earlier on, the first 8 overs really dominated by the Pioneers. They were going at over 14 and over. And since the departure of Sabinus Emmanuel, who went for 76, the scoring rate has significantly decreased. Kester Shalmaying has been the main contributor, or the main result of that reduction in scoring. He's picked up 4 wickets, really turning the tide in this game.
And Larry Edward also has given him good support at the other end. I think he has picked up 2. Yeah, so very good. They are bowling very well in tandem at the moment.
Yeah, and the Lions would want to, I think, wrap up this innings, probably get these 2 wickets quickly, while the Pioneers would want to. They still have 4 overs after this one, so still lots of time in the game. As Louis comes forward, drives, picks up 1. They run the first one hard, thinking about the second. It's not on. So Mr. Naki Louis off the mark straight away. The Lions would be the happier of the 2 teams at the moment, as Fontenelle faces up to Edward. And he gets a bit of inside edge on this one. They run the first one hard again, but the fielder of the deep backward square boundary comes in quickly and restricts them to only 1.
It looks like Malcolm Monrose, who is very quick and prevented the second run. But the Pioneers, they will want, as you said, to build a little partnership between the 2 and to bat the rest of the overs.
Lots of time to go in this innings as Edward makes a small adjustment to his field. And Louis is back. This time he clips it off his legs. He picks up one. Fletcher unable to pick up this one on the bounce. Not really happy with the throw from the man at the square leg region. Three of the overs so far. As Larry Edward concedes a wide, not happy with the call here by umpire John Maffrey. One more to the total. He has figures of 2 for 20 as Fontenelle drives but finds the man at extra cover. No run. Cody Fontenelle, recent member of the St. Lucia under-19 team. That's correct. Yes. Leg spinner. We're looking to see him later as a big appeal there. And Fontenelle looked to cut. It was collected cleanly by Fletcher, and eventually the decision comes. So he's out caught. Double wicket strike here for Larry Edward in his fourth over. Actually, the final delivery of his spell. He picks up his third, and the Pioneers, they slip further into trouble. They are 156 for 9.
And really and truly a poor batting display by the Pioneers batsmen. As we said, Benjamin getting 25 and Sabinas Emmanuel 76, and the rest of the batsmen really threw their wickets away, and they did not bat intelligently. And the South Castries Lions, they have really get back into the game, and they will be very happy with what they have done so far after that blistering innings from Sabinas Emmanuel.
So the introduction of number 11, Kester Shalmain, he'll be reintroducing himself into the attack from his favored southern end. He'll be looking for that fifth wicket to try to get a fifer as he goes to Louis, and this one is outside of stump and beats him. So Kester Shalmain looking to finish off the innings for the Lions. He makes adjustment in the field. I think it's an attacking move. The man from cover, he looks to be moving. Is it to slip? It looks like a second slip position. As Shalmain comes in again, and again he beats him outside the line of the off stump. So Kester Shalmain, having taken a break, given an over to Xavier Gabriel, he's come back and he's continued where he left off.
Yeah, very good bowling by Kester Shalmain, attacking the batsman just outside the off stump. And 2 deliveries, no run, dot balls.
Louis makes contact this time, but can't beat the man coming across from extra cover, Larry Edward. The Lions, they've been good in the field. They have a few fielders who are very quick across the ground. McDonald, Larry Edward, Kester Shalmain himself, Johnson Charles. They have done really well. Gabriel has caught well also. As Louis looks to cut this one. Good delivery again there by Kester Shalmain.
Yeah, and he's really bowling well for his team, and he's in the middle of a very good spell. And I'm sure himself and the rest of the team, they will be very happy with what has transpired so far.
So 2 deliveries left in the over for Charlemagne. He's bowled 4 dots so far. This one is wide and signal wide quite rightly by umpire Royling Cooper. And he concedes his first run of his 4th and final over.
Yes, at the point of delivery, I think he fell away. He wasn't upright, and so that's why the ball was sprayed wide outside of stump and conceding a wide.
157 for 9. And again, Louis is flashing his bat outside the line of the off stump, and it doesn't make any connection. It goes through to keeper Andrew Fletcher. That looks to be the mood in this over. Louis unable to make any contact with the deliveries outside off stump. This time he advances and still can't make any contact. So Kester Charlemagne, he's completed a really impressive bowling performance. He's finished with 4 overs, 4 wickets, with only 9 runs conceded. The score 157 for 9.
A magnificent spell by Kester Charlemagne, the captain of the South Castries Lions. And I'm sure his teammates will be very proud of him. And he has led from the front. So the South Castries Lions really and truly has put a lot of pressure on the Pioneers, who for the 6th or to the 8th over, the South Castries Lions were under a lot of pressure when Sabina Emmanuel was hitting that ball to all parts of the field here at the Fargue playing field. But the South Castries Lions, since the departure of Sabina Emmanuel, they have really come back into the game, and now I'm sure they are the happier of the 2 teams.
So still 3 more overs remaining in the innings. 18 deliveries. And the 2 batters out there should be thinking they need to face majority, if not all, these deliveries. Wouldn't want to be bowled out inside 20 overs, as there's another change. McDonald, he'll be coming back from the northern end. And he'll be coming round the wicket. This one is short and cut, but straight to the man at backward point. Looks like Royce Paul. He's been active in the field. And he's been tidy as well. Cuts again, this time to his left. And it's to the sweeper out on the cover boundary, and they pick up 1. Opportunity for overthrow? No.
2 deliveries shot outside the off stump, and the batsman will be a little disappointed not to get a boundary of one of these 2 deliveries.
This time he goes back. It's Louis. But straight to McDonald. Cuts again. This time he finds the gap, threads it through the needle, threads it between backward point and short-foot man. Excellent shot there by Zanaki Louis. He finally gets contact on the delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he picks up his first boundary.
This is what I was talking about. The previous 2 deliveries were shot outside the off stump, but hitting it straight to the fieldsman. But this time he bisected the 2 and down to the boundary for 4. Good shot, and they will want to continue until the 20th over.
McDonald concedes another boundary. As Louis, this time he goes leg side, looks to find the gap he has. This one quickly raced across the ground after pitching, and the fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary, Larry Edward, he fought. He had a chance of stopping that one, but back-to-back boundaries here for Zanaki Louis. He moves on to double figures.
And the Mon Repos Pioneers will be very happy with this over so far.
Sensible, just pushes it down the ground and picks up 1. So, in the context of what we have seen in the previous overs, this one is a bit expensive from McDonald. He concedes 10, and the score 167 for 9.
So a good over for the Mon Repos Pioneers. But as you said, the two of them, they will want to continue to bat until the 20th over, and so that they can get a score of around 180, 190 to give themselves a chance. But as I said previously, the South Castries Lions, they have a good batting order, and as I mentioned, Andre Fletcher and Johnson Charles. So we are in for a very good game here tonight. Especially if they can make an early breakthrough when the Lions begins the reply to get Charles and Fletcher out quickly.
Yes, Gabriel for his third. Bowling to Louis, who drives out to the man at deep cover, and they get one. So the Pioneers, like I was saying previously, if they could get 12, 13 of the final 11 deliveries of this innings, they'll get them to 180, and you're suggesting that 180 could be a defendable total on this ground. Second game being played on this very strip this evening. And this one is full, and it's on the line of the leg stump. Allowed appeal from the umpire, not out. Maybe struck outside the line of the leg stump.
It will be defendable only if they can make early inroads into the South Castries Lions. And as I said, if they can get Fletcher and Charles out early, they might have a chance. You can never tell.
The team batting second have won both games here at the Lafargue playing field, and this one is short and taking evasive action. So Xavier Gabriel again surprising the batters with his pace.
Yes, as I said, in his younger days he was very quick, and he's showing some signs of what he can do.
He's over the wicket. Slower delivery this time, and he deceives the batsman in the air and in the flight, and comfortable catch by Royce Paul. So Gabriel, he picks up his second wicket. Brilliant piece of bowling. Followed up the bouncer with a slower delivery. Really deceived the batter. So the Pioneers, after being inserted and after getting off to a flying start, they have been bowled out well inside 20 overs. They've been bowled out for 168.
Yes, so good comeback by the South Castries Lions. And as we said, so Sabinas Emmanuel and Benjamin, they gave them a good start. But after the departure of these two, the South Castries Lions really pegged back the Mon Repos Pioneers. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they'll be very disappointed not to get a score of over 200. But it's already on the board, 168, and we'll see how the second innings will turn out.
So as we have a quick look at the scorecard for the Pioneers, they were off to a very, very good start by the two left-hand openers. Sabinas Emmanuel, he was brutal. He got to 76 of just 30 deliveries. And while he was there, we thought a score of 200 was on the cards. And there was not anything much after that. There was a procession of wickets. Kester Shalmang, he got 4. Larry Edward was able to pick up 2. Xavier Gabriel able to pick up 2 also. Larry Edward picked up 3 actually. So at the halfway stage at the Lafargue playing field, having been inserted, the South Castries Lions, they would require 169 to win when we return after the innings break. From myself and Joe, we'll take a break now, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes time with the reply.
we clock out of here, we're heading to PK pit stop for the after party. Tomorrow afternoon we're back again. Our last day at the Fargue for the weekend tomorrow. Make sure you come through. Big matches going on tomorrow. We have the Babylon Leatherbacks taking on City Blasters tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. And at 7:30, our closer, Chevelle Taskmasters taking on the Super Titans. Remember to get your tickets for that right now. Check out the ticket booth for more information. And let's not forget Chevelle Jazz happening right here on the Fargue playing field. And you can get your tickets right now. The ladies are here under the tent. Check them out. I barely know these songs. Well, you see together when I clock out. Don't tell me anything that I walk out. See me? In my pocket. Come on, buy 5 tickets first. There was a room to put in my mouth. Yeah. Well, you see together when I clock out. Don't tell me anything that I walk out. I think it's in my pocket and it falls out. I know that there's a room to put in my mouth. Turn right now. Yeah, we know we're not making DJ at the 30. I'll make a deal with you. Here's the deal. If you do that dance for me to see, I'm playing every song you want. Right now. Let me start it again for you. No, I don't even want her to give me a ticket for free. I want, if you could do that dance for me, I'm playing any song you want right now. It even giving you the instructions. Look. You're not doing the dance. No, you cannot do it. What you mean fit? You know what I'm doing? This is the voice of the sufferer. That's more your speed. Justice shall go to the poor. Remember, he will be performing as well. Chevelle Jazz, we here. Live on the Chevelle Jam stage, how you mean? When we touch down, what we do?
So we are back here at the Lafargue playing field to witness the reply by the South Castries Lions. As we told you before, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they scored 168 after they got that good start from Benjamin and on the other batsmen, they got to only 168, so the rest of the batsmen, they really threw the wickets away. So, the opening batsman for the South Castries Lions, Johnson Charles and Bolton Sayers. And Charles is taking strike, and the bowler is Nathaniel Joseph. As he runs away from us, passes umpire Cooper. Bowls to Charles. Charles it does. It goes high in the air. The possibility of a catch. And it takes the catch. And Sabinas Emmanuel, who scored that 76, he's the one who takes the catch. And Johnson Charles goes cut of the bowling of Nathaniel Joseph for naught. And the South Castries Lions, they're up to a very bad start. And as I indicated, if the Mon Repos Pioneers can get Johnson Charles and Andre Fletcher out early, they can be in early trouble. And the Mon Repos Pioneers have struck first blood. Johnson Charles going back out, caught by Sabina Simanuel off the bowling of Nathaniel Joseph for not. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are very happy. The Pioneers, after being disappointing in the batting efforts, only Sabinus Emmanuel getting 76 and Benjamin getting 27, they folded for 168 inside the 20 overs. But they have struck back, getting the prize wicket of Johnson Charles going for naught, and the South Castries Lions, they are 1 wicket down for no runs. As I welcome back my fellow commentator, Afa Eugene.
Immediate impact by the Pioneers' first delivery of the innings, and like he did in the game against the Craftmasters, Johnson Charles, he losing his wicket, gone first ball as Daniel McDonald makes his way into the middle to face his first delivery. Straight to the man at point, there was no run.
Yes, a timely blow struck there by the young man, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will be very happy to see the back of the dangerous Johnson Charles, who came off a half century in his last game.
Having a look at the replay, it almost felt like no one wanted the catch. The bowler himself was backing away, but Sabina Simanuel running in from mid-wicket takes it comfortably and up in celebration as this one is cut and cut well. Finds the gap. McDonald beats the man on the cover boundary, and the first runs for the South Castries Lions.
Yeah, bad delivery by the bowler, shot outside the off stump, and McDonald had a whiff, and he cut it to the backward point area for four. So good shot, but Nathaniel Joseph really want to bowl a tighter length to really tug up the batsman, not to give him that whiff. But he'll be very happy to get the wicket of Johnson Charles.
Change at the top of the innings, at the top of the order for the Lions. Bolton Sears opening the batting with Johnson Charles. Andre Fletcher moving down the lineup, maybe due to come in next at number 4. Halfway through the first, McDonald gets another short delivery, looks to punch it, but the man at extra cover comes round to prevent any opportunity for a run. Good start there by the Pioneers in defense of 169.
Yeah, that's the delivery I was talking about, to tuck him up, not to give him the whiff. That was a good delivery.
Another short one. This time McDonald just plays it into the leg side, and a well-weighted shot, and they have the opportunity and they come through 4-1.
Yes, he played with soft hands, and they were able to cross through for a single. So the Pioneers, they were being disappointed with the bat, but they're on their toes, and they feel having the wicket of Johnson Charles, they can really make further inroads and get themselves back into the game.
Eventful first over, and he's in for his final delivery. This one is short, and Bolton Sears is off the mark straight away. And at the end of the first over, in reply to 168, the South Castries Lions, they've not off to a very good start. They lost Johnson Charles off the first delivery. They are 6-1.
Although 168 is a below par total, but as I said, if they can get another wicket or two, they will put the South Castries Lions under a lot of pressure. So we are in for a very good game this evening.
the opening bowler from the northern end. We'll wait to see who it is. It looks like early introduction of spin. And looks like the tall, slim figure of Zanaki Louis. He'll be operating from the northern end, taking the new ball. Right arm off spin, and Sayers is back and just pushes this one down the wicket. This time Sayers gets a full toss and he places it nicely into the gap between the man at long on and deep mid wicket, and he picks up his first boundary. So he's off and running. Bolton Sayers the score 10-1.
An early gift there by Zanaki Louis. We were in April, but Bolton Sayers getting the gift and he accepted it, and he did it through the mid wicket area for 4.
Yes, that would feel nice off his bat. Bolton Sayers a nice juicy full toss to get his innings going. As he drives this one, this time to the left of the man at long on, who comes across Cody Fontenelle and keeps it to 1.
So the asking rate is not a big one, so they just need to play it safe, take the singles, the 1s and 2s, and when the loose ball comes along, they will look for the 6s and 4s. But with the loss of Johnson Charles, they will want to really build a partnership between the two.
Asking rate at 8.54 as we see another slight drizzle coming across the Lafargue playing field. We saw 2 instances of this earlier on, but it's not heavy enough. It's not threatening play at all. As we see a couple umbrellas go up to the bleachers to the eastern part of the ground. There's a slip. Ring of fielders on the offside as McDonald hits this one high and handsome, long over the trees at the Lafargue playing field and out the ground. So the first maximum of the innings, Daniel McDonald is on his way. He's on to double figures. He's 11. The score 17-1.
It's a good shot by McDonald, a ball in the slot, and he went with the shot over wideish long off for 6. But I think the umpires has called the covers, and so we might have a slight interruption here at the Lafargue playing field.
So as this ball is being retrieved from the long off region, the rain here at the Lafargue playing field has gotten heavier. However, there is no significant movement from the groundsman with the covers, and he looks to be calling on for the covers. And it's taking a bit of time for the covers to come onto the wicket, allowing the pitch to probably pick up some moisture. So we have an early rain delay. We're 1.4 overs into the reply. The South Castries Lions in pursuit of 169. They are 17-1. They require a further 152 for victory. So as the covers come on to the field, we will take a break and we'll be back as soon as we get any news from the middle. Welcome back to the Lafargue playing field as the umpires are making their way out to the middle. The rain has ceased and we going to have a resumption in match number 19 with the South Castries Lions versus the Mon Repos Eastern Cooperative Credit Union Mon Repos Pioneers. Just to get a quick summary of what has happened before this rain delay. The Pioneers, they were put into bat and they were bowled out eventually after 18.4 overs with Sabina Simanuel 76 and Kester Shalmain 449 for the Lions. And early into their reply, the Lions, they lost the wicket of Johnson Charles of the first delivery, but Daniel McDonald and Bolton Sayers putting together the foundations of a good partnership. So the Lions, they would require a further 152 from 18.2 overs as I welcome Joe back into the commentary booth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Afa Eugene. And as we had around a 5 minutes delay because of rain, but the players and the umpires, they are back on the field, and in a while we'll have the resumption. As we said, the Mon Repos Pioneers, after they had a very good start by Benjamin and Sabina Simanuel, they really fell apart and could only muster 168. And the South Castries Lions in reply is 17 for 1, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they got the important wicket of Johnson Charles for naught. And I'm sure they will fancy the chances of really pulling a victory here tonight. But it is still a long way to go, and we'll see what will happen at the end of the game.
Yes, so we'll resume with Zanaki Louis bowling from the northern end. The last delivery before the rain delay was hit beautifully by McDonald for 6. And McDonald will want to continue the very good run rate of 10.20 for the Lions. We have a slip, short foot man, point, cover point, extra cover. Mid off, ring of fielders on the offside. The deep fielders are at long on and deep mid wicket. As McDonald just clips this one, and the man from deep mid wicket, Sabina Simanuel, almost tumbling to the ground, having sprinted in off the boundary, keeps the batters the only one.
Yeah, so good single taken there by the batsman, taking the scoreboard around, and they will want to stay there as long as possible to get to that 169. But the Mon Repos Pioneers will have other ideas, and they will want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really put the South Castries Lions under more pressure.
Well, they've taken the attacking option. The Pioneers, Craig Emmanuel, he's at first slip. And this one is short and lined down the leg side. And Sayers unable to take advantage. So we come to the end of the second over. The South Castries Lions, in reply to 168 posted by the Pioneers, they are 18 for 1.
Good end to the over by the bowlers, Naki Louis. And so the South Castries Lions with Bolton Sayers and McDonald, they will want to do the repair job, because as we said, Johnson Charles was out very early. He went out for naught. And so the South Castries Lions will want to really put a record action. But still to come, the dangerous and informed Andre Fletcher. So the South Castries Lions will feel that they have a very good chance. But the Mon Repos Pioneers would want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really get back into the game.
McDonald is on strike. And he gets a full delivery and he drives the man at mid-off comes across, but this one skips under his diving effort, unable to stop it. So McDonald, he's off and running. He picks up his second boundary. He's moved on to 16. The score 22-1.
Good shot by McDonald, but not equally good fielding by the fielder at mid-off. Instead of skipping to his left, he dived instead on the ball, just eluding him into the boundary for 4.
Gets the edge and brilliant take by the keeper, Gian Benjamin, diving to his left spectacularly. So a breakthrough here for the Pioneers. They get rid of the dangerous Daniel McDonald. He goes for 16. The score all twos, 22-2.
What a magnificent piece of wicket keeping by Gian Benjamin, diving to his left to bring up a magnificent catch and to see the back of McDonald. So another blow struck there by the young Nathaniel Joseph, taking his second wicket, and really and truly is doing a very good job for the Mon Repos Pioneers. And as I said, the 168 is a below par total, but if they can take wickets at regular interval, they will put the South Castries Lions under some pressure.
So we see the introduction, or before we see the introduction of Andre Fletcher, we'll have a look at the replay, because a wide delivery got the outside edge, and Gian Benjamin moving about 6 to 10 feet to his left. Excellent catch and congratulated by his teammates. Big breakthrough here as we see Andre Fletcher, the overseas pro for the South Castries Lions. He makes his way, and looking at his stats throughout the SPL, he's gotten some 600 plus runs in the SPL, striking at 170. So prolific player. He comes down the order maybe to strengthen the Lions middle order, and they would definitely need him here tonight.
Yes, so we have a game on our hands here this evening at the Lafargue playing field. And Nathaniel Joseph, he has been the hero so far for the Mon Repos Pioneers.
Joseph, good line to Fletcher, who just pushes that one back down to the bowler. We saw a brilliant 100 from Andrew Fletcher at the Mindu Phillip Park earlier in season 6 of the SPL, and he got another good 19, a losing effort for the South Castries Lions at the Francis Babalastic Stadium. So he's in good form, and although these knocks came at the top of the order, he'll be looking to do something similar here at number 4 as he drives upishly past the man at extra cover. Fine shot to get on the way.
Magnificent shot by Fletcher. The ball pitched up in the arc, and he drove over the infield and down to the extra cover boundary for a lovely shot by Fletcher, and he's showing his intentions clear that he's a no-nonsense player, and Nathaniel Joseph will want to come back with a better delivery, but Andre Fletcher will want to stay there with Bolton Sayers to give the South Castries Lions a good score.
So a bit over pitched here by Joseph. He's picked up a wicket but considered 2 boundaries. This one is full again and officially, and diving forward, the fielder at mid-off. He was on his heels to begin with. He came sprinting off the edge of the circle. He got there. Looks like young Cody Fontenelle, but unable to hold on. How costly will that be for the Pioneers? Andre Fletcher given a reprieve on 4.
And that would be the big wicket to get, but unfortunately the catch was spilled and Nathaniel Joseph is not happy, and Andre Fletcher gets a life, and as you said, let's just see how costly it will be.
As this one is down the leg side and signal wide, extra conceded. That would have been a massive blow. Andre Fletcher going, if he had been caught, would be the 3rd wicket for Joseph and the 3rd for the Pioneers.
Andre Fletcher lives to fight another day, and I'm sure the South Castries Lions, they are very happy.
Fletcher drives this one, this time along the ground. Maybe a little more circumspect as we come to the end of the third over. The Lions in pursuit of 169. They are 27 for 2.
And I'm very impressed with this young bowler, Nathaniel Joseph. He's bowling very good line and good length. And to keep Andre Fletcher quiet, that is a very good fit by the young man. Just the one boundary of the over, so I'm sure the Mon Repos Pioneers, although not getting the wicket of Fletcher, will still be happy with their work so far.
Yes, so the Lions, they've lost 2 wickets, but they're going at 9 and over. Well above what is required. 142 more to get from 17. Bolton Sayers looking to take strike as we have a look at that delivery, which was angled down the leg side. And we see the introduction of Sabina Emmanuel from the northern end, normally a wicket keeper. However, he's been entrusted to bowl some seam-up delivery, right arm over the wicket. This one is short and there's no protection at all on the square leg boundary. And Bolton Sayers, he picks up his second. He moves to double figures. He's on 10.
Yeah, it was a nothing delivery by Sabina Emmanuel and Bolton Sayers. A good little player. He pounced on it and hitting it through the mid-wicket area for 4. But I saw him as Sabina Emmanuel bowl at the Mindufle Park, and he bowled very well indeed.
So, coming into this game with good form with the ball, it's a different challenge to bowl in the power play. Just 2 fielders out for protection outside of the 50-yard circle. As Emmanuel comes in. Again, another short delivery, and this time he hits it in front of square. Bolton Sayers, attractive player, and back-to-back boundaries to commence the 4th over.
Yeah, not a good first over by Sabina Emmanuel. 2 short deliveries, and Sayers really putting back to ball and getting back-to-back boundaries. So Sabina Emmanuel will have to pull his length back and bowl a more off-stump line.
As there's a change in the field, Craig Emmanuel comes in from the leg side into a position of backward point on the offside. This one is guided this time through the offside. So Bolton Sayers having struck 2 boundaries powerfully through the leg side, showing some touch and just guiding that one past the man, that short-foot man. He picks up his 3rd consecutive boundary to begin the 4th over for the Lions.
Yes, that's the quality of the young man. He has some batting ability, as we said. He pulled one through mid-wicket, one through wideish long one, and now a late cut down to the 3rd man area for 4. So lovely batting by Bolton Sayers.
Terrible start for Emmanuel, and this time it's to the right of the man at point. Craig Emmanuel can only watch this one go past. So Bolton Sayers on the charge. Sabina Emmanuel has considered 4 consecutive boundaries to begin his spell, and the Lions, they have quickly moved on to 43 for 2.
And my goodness, what a polish shot by the young man. Shot outside the off stump, and he caressed it between Craig Emmanuel and the man at backward point, and he beat the man at the wideish 3rd man to his left and down to the boundary for 4. So magnificent batting by Bolton Sayers, and he's making batting look so easy out there this evening.
So Sayers, he's moved on quickly to 22. They're going at 11.73, the Lions, as we try to get a replacement ball. And they will take an opportunity to get together and maybe plan, as I see the players joining in a huddle at the non-strikers end. So just to have a look at the scorecard for the South Castries Lions. Bolton Sayers and Andre Fletcher currently in the middle, and they have some batting to come. Kester Shalmai, Malcolm Monrose, Larry Edwards, Xavier Gabriel, all capable batters, and they would just want a good platform and to maybe hunt this target down.
Yes, because as I said earlier, it is not a big target, although it's already on the board, and getting 2 wickets, and they almost get the wicket of Fletcher, it would have put the South Castries Lions under more pressure. But with Bolton Sayers playing such a good little inning so far, the South Castries Lions will want Sayers and Fletcher to remain there as long as possible to get to that 169 for victory.
So we're set to resume here at the Lafargue playing field. Sabina Simanuel is considered 16 so far, 4 consecutive boundaries, and Sayers maybe looking to make it 5 and 6 in the over. We'll see how it pans out. Off a very short run, Emmanuel. It's full again. This time he drives, but the man at mid-off is in the way, and Emmanuel would be happy with that dot delivery.
Most definitely, ball pitched up and Bolton Sayers driving, but could not get either to the right or to the left of the fielder. Straight to him and 1 run resulting.
And he beats him on the inside edge. So 2 good deliveries to come back for Sabinas Emmanuel, having been struck for 4 boundaries. He finishes off the 4th. The score 43 for 2.
Yeah, good comeback. 2 deliveries there by Sabinas Emmanuel as we look at the replay there.
Yes, we're having a look at the drop there of Andre Fletcher. It carried to Fontenelle. He was a bit slow to get moving forward and diving low. Unable to hold on to this one. So Fletcher is still out there in the middle, and he'll be looking to capitalize on that opportunity.
Yes, it was a bad miss by the fielder. And as we said, let's see how costly it will be. As I think we have a bowling change here from our end.
Looks like McDonald. He'll be taking up the attack from the southern end, from the Washik end. He'll be bowling right arm to Andre Fletcher, who's on strike. And Fletcher just guides this one into the leg side, picks up a single and keeps the scoreboard moving.
Yes, and when Andre Fletcher is playing like that, he tends to be very dangerous. He's pacing his innings very well, taking the 1s and 2s, and when the loose ball comes along, he will spank it to the boundary. So the South Castries Lions, they will be hoping that Fletcher can stay there as long as possible, and Bolton Sayers batting so well, they will want them to reach that score of 169.
Sayers on strike as McDonald angles that one down the leg side, concedes a wide. Score moves on by 1.
McDonald to bowl 2 Sayers. He gets a delivery and hits it over the mid wicket for 6. Lovely shot by Bolton Sayers. Short delivery, and he went back and hit it high and long over mid wicket for 6. So good batting by Bolton Sayers.
Yeah, some real power being displayed here by Bolton Sayers. We've seen quite a few deliveries being hit over that stand on the eastern side. And as I was coming into the ground, I saw a few vehicles parked along the road, and they might have been in danger. That one was on a length and really picked up by Bolton Sayers. Then the 50 comes up for the Lions, 51 for 2. And he follows up that 6 with a single. So good batting, good rotation of strike by both batters.
Yeah, good batting by Bolton Sayers. So he's showing that he has the touch, and then he can hit the long boundaries also. So a good player in the making, a young player who has a lot of ability, and he's really complimenting Andre Fletcher.
Fletcher drives, gets it on the full, can't find the gap, straight to Fontenelle at mid-off. So Sayers, he's off to a lightning quick start. Small man, but he packs a punch. He's on 29 of just 13 deliveries.
Yes, and he's really giving the South Castries Lions a very good start after the loss of Johnson Charles.
Fletcher just turns this one off his hip into the man at short fine leg, and they come through for a single leg bye. So no bat on this one from Andre Fletcher. (10-9) considered so far of the McDonald over into his final delivery. And Sayers this time drives it through long on. The man at mid-on had no chance, Kian Gaston. He just watches it goes over the rope. And Bolton Sayers, he moves on to 33. And at the end of the 5th, the Lions, they are 57 for 2.
Very good batting there by Bolton Sayers. The ball pitch on or about middle and leg, and Sayers driving through the long on area, and the fielder was beaten to his left, and the ball going into the boundary for 4. So very good batting by Bolton Sayers, and himself and Andre Fletcher, they are having a little conference out there at mid-pitch, and I'm sure Fletcher is saying to the young man, well done, young man, so far, so stay with me, and that 169, we can reach that.
It's not often you see a player outscoring Andre Fletcher, but Bolton Sayers, he's doing a brilliant job. He's striking the ball really cleanly, and I think in one of the games at the Francis Baba Elastic Grounds, he got 30, and it was a really attractive 30. He drove very well through the cover region, and he's continued that today. He's hit 6 fours and a solitary 6. He's going at 235. So the Lions would want him to continue this and continue the partnership with Fletcher.
And Bolton Sayers, as you said, he hit a 30 at the Babalastic grounds, but here he has passed that 30 is 33, and so he will want to stay there and bat as long as possible and even get a half century.
So final over of the power play, and it will be entrusted to Sabinas Emmanuel. He went for 4 boundaries in his previous over, his first. So Gaston showing some trust in his experienced player. Fletcher maybe want to take full advantage of the final over of the field restrictions as Emmanuel comes in. This one is short and Fletcher looks to cut, but straight to the man at point. No run.
Not a very good delivery, but Fletcher could not get the gap, and so he did straight to the man at backward point. So Emmanuel will be happy that he wasn't spun for a boundary.
Packed offside field, Shotford man, backward point. A man at deep point on the boundary, extra cover. And this one is pushed again into the offside. And there is no run. Fletcher just looking to get himself in. He's played 9 deliveries for his 5 runs. This one again, he's shot and it's in the air and straight to the man at point. So Andre Fletcher falling into the trap. I mentioned the fielders on the offside, that packed offside field. He didn't look to hit it hard, Fletcher, just looked to guide it, and he hit it straight to the man at point. So he loses his wicket. He goes for 5, and the Lions, they've lost their 3rd.
And the trust that Keon Gaston had in Sabinas Emmanuel has really paid off. And he set that trap for him outside the off stump. He had a ring of fieldsmen outside the off stump and continued to pitch short outside the off stump. And Fletcher, this last delivery, just guiding it into the hands of the man at backward point. And so they get the big fish. Andre Fletcher is out caught of the bowling of Sabinas Emmanuel. So a good wicket to get. And the South Castries Lions, they are under some pressure.
Yes, Andre Fletcher, he was dropped by Cody Fontenelle at mid-off. This time, McDonald making no mistake. Sabinas Emmanuel having gone for 16 of his first over. He comes back with the wicket of Andre Fletcher. And follows it up with a good delivery first up to Efron Charles, is it? Gets an inside edge and they come through for 2. He's off the mark.
Anyway, so a good single to get. And so the South Castries Lions will want a partnership between these two, but Sabinas Emmanuel and the Mon Repos Pioneers will have other ideas.
Just plays this one to Shotford man. Picks up another single, so keeping the scoreboard ticking. It's 110 still required. The required run rate not an issue at the moment. They only require 7.69. As we indicated earlier this evening, that this middling score about 160. The Craftmasters got 169 last night. It was chased down easily eventually by the Sale Grocery Knights. And in a tight encounter earlier this evening, the Titans, they got over 179 to win that encounter. So the Lions will be looking to do the same. They're off to a good start. They're going at 10 runs per over. They are 60-3.
Yes, they have the scoring rate, as you said, is not a problem, but they have lost too many wickets, and especially 2 big wickets in that of Andre Fletcher and Johnson Charles. So you can never tell the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are really fighting back, and we are having a very good encounter between the two teams.
Yeah, as we have a look at the comparison of the teams via the Worm Chat, and at that stage, the Pioneers, they were really flying with Sabinas Emmanuel. During the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th over, he was really on a roll. And at that stage, the Pioneers, they are well ahead. However, we know what happened in the second half. They lost quite a few wickets in possession, really pegging them back. Another change in bowling. Young. Cody Lesmore, left arm over the wicket, and he'll be bowling to, I think it is Efron Charles, as I can see on the graphic. He's on 3, and he's joined Bolton Sayers, who's on 33.
From Charles is a good player, so he needs to come good for his team.
He plays this one off the back foot, and the fielder at point fails to pick it up cleanly and allows the batters to come through for 2. So 2 easy runs been given there to Charles. The score moves on to 62.
The fielders will have to support the bowler. But as we said, 2 easy runs to get from Charles off the mark.
Wide delivery here by Lesmore, and 2 wide. almost off the pitch. Almost called a no ball. Concedes an extra. The score moves on by 1.
So Cody Lesmore, he'll want to bowl a more off-stump line.
Again, it's wide. Similar delivery to the previous one. And concedes a second extra. So maybe we'll have a change in strategy. I think they're trying to bowl outside the off-stump. A heavily packed offside field again. And just not quite getting it right. Cody Lesmore.
And he'll have to realize they don't have a big total. So he'll have to bowl a more off-stump line to put the batsman under some pressure. But he's giving them extra runs at the moment and has bowled 2 wides in succession.
As umpire Cooper just has a look at the wicket, maybe looking at where Lesmore is landing. Hope he's off the danger area. Lesmore, clear plan, they're looking to bowl wide outside the off-stump, bowl into his field, but not getting it within the guideline. This time he does, as Charles just flits with that one outside the line of the off-stump.
Yeah, bad shot by Charles. He was flirting with danger. Could have easily nicked a catch to the keeper. And Lesmore will be very happy with this delivery.
64 for 3. As this time he drives, but straight to cover point. Craig Emmanuel, tall figure of him, he gets in the way. There's no run.
Yeah, so Lesmore bowling a better line this time.
Again, he's outside the line of the off stump, so he was able to correct his line, Lesmore. He's come back very well in this over. Apart from the 2 wides, he's only considered 2 final delivery of his first over and of the 7th. As Charles this time, he gets a thickish outside edge. It goes over the fielders at point and backward point. There's no one on the boundary at third man, and he picks up his first 4. The score after 7, 68 for 3.
A welcome boundary for Charles and the South Castries Lions. Lesmore pitching a bit wide, and Efren Charles going for the shot, taking the outside edge and going down to the boundary for 4. So the South Castries Lions, they will be happy with this boundary.
So the Lions, they require 101 from 13 overs at 7.77 runs per over. They have lots of batting, like we mentioned earlier. Larry Edward, Kester Shalmang, skipper, Malcolm Monrose still in the dugout, so they'd be confident. Bolton Sayers is batting well on 33. As we see another change. Yes, another change from the northern end, the Peter end, as young Cody Fontenelle, a man without of promise, has been given an opportunity.
Yes, he's a very good spinner. And I think there was a coach from India last year or year before who rated him very high. So a good prospect.
He's a leg spinner, not many going around, as Sayers punches that one out to the man at deep point. They pick up a single.
Yes, so the South Castries Lions, as we said, 3 wickets has gone down. But these 2, they will want to continue and bat for a very good while.
Fontenelle flies this one. And Charles just drives it to the man at extra cover. There's no run. Fontenelle again gives it some air. And the batter cuts it to the man at Shotford man. They come quickly through for another single.
Yes, and good late cut there by the batsman and getting a single. And so it's Bolton Sayers who will be on strike. And he's playing a very good innings for his team, and they will want him to stay there as long as possible. But the Mon Repos Pioneers will have other ideas.
This one goes across the line, Bolton Sayers, and again he finds the gap. So he's finding the boundary with regularity. Bolton Sayers, he picks up his 7-4 and he moves on to 38. The score 74-3.
Yes, a loose delivery there by Cody Fontenelle, and Bolton Sayers, who is in very good nick, will not miss out on this, and he hit it down to the wideish long area for 4. So good batting by Bolton Sayers and himself and Efren Charles. They will want to stay there as long as possible. But as I said, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really get back into the game and put more pressure on the South Castries Lions.
He's going at a strike rate of over 200, Sayers. He's really putting the impetus, getting the impetus into the innings for the Lions. They're going at a good run rate. They would be unhappy to lose the experience of Johnson Charles and Andre Fletcher. But with the form that Sayers is in, they'd be confident that he could play the innings that gets them home. Fontenelle. Another well-flighted delivery as Sayers just pushes this one into the leg side. There's no one shot in front of score on the leg side, so easy single. All the fielders are patrolling the boundaries. Dip mid-wicket, dip square leg long on. As the man almost finds the fielder at the mid-wicket, Sabina Simanuel. Like we mentioned, the square boundaries at the Lafargue playing field much bigger than what we have at Grosile. As Fontenelle completes his first over at the end of it, the score is 77-3.
Short ball by the bowler Fontenelle, and Efren Charles hitting it in the mid-wicket area. Sabinus Charles making a valiant attempt to make a catch out of it, but the ball was going away from him all the time, but still made a good save preventing the ball from crossing the line, and the batsman went through for the single. So good cricket being played here at the Lafargue playing field between the two teams.
So Cody Lesmore will continue from the Boashik end. Keeper up to the stumps. This one is driven, but over the man at extra cover. The fielder had long off. He runs quickly across, but can't stop it. Efron Charles, he picks up his second boundary, and he moves on to 15. The score, 84-3.
Yeah, he's a young player with a lot of promise, but he has been out of form for a little while. But from a South Castries Lions point of view, they will want him to get into some form and to guide them home to that of 169. So himself and Bolton says they will want to give the South Castries Lions something to cheer at. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to take a wicket or two to really stay in the game. But we are having a very good game here at the Lafargue playing field, between these two teams.
As that ball doesn't seem to be retrieved, or has it? Yes, I think it has. Cody Lesmore retrieving that one from behind the boundary. So good partnership being developed by Bolton Sayers and Efron Charles.
Yeah, partnership of 23 from 16 deliveries. And from Chelsea is on 15 from 12. And Bolton saves. So they're really building a good partnership, and the South Castries Lions, they will want them to continue as long as possible.
As this one is played past the man at point, but there's protection on the boundary. And the batters, they saw the fielder. I think I can't see who it is, but he went to ground filling this one, and they took the opportunity for the second. Very good running by the pair.
Yeah, two young players, so they're very fast between the wickets, and so they went for 2 runs. So good batting, good running between the two.
Charles again beats the man at point. This time more comfortably fielded and wicked throw from the boundary. Limits them to 1 this time. 83 for 3.
They have no pressure. They are above the asking rate, and they just have to really take it easy and play each ball on its merit. And that 169 will not be a problem.
7 considered of the over so far. Sayers, he looks to play this one. This fielder is coming wrong, and he makes a meal of it. A real meal of that. The man had extra cover. He had to pedal back. He got himself into position, unable to hold on. So a reprieve here for Bolton Sayers.
Yeah, bad miss there by the fielder in the cover area.
This time he's straight to point, and opportunity for another single, and Sayers, he was off and running, and Benjamin, he picked up at the striker's end cleanly, but I think Sayers was well in by the time he did so. So we saw they put down a catch of Andrew Fletcher, and they putting down Sayers. He was on 39. He's on 40 of just 19 deliveries. As we have a look at the worm again, at this stage, the Pioneers, they were flying. Sabina Simanuel, he was the main contributor to that quick fire start by the Pioneers. They lost their way afterwards, but the Lions worm, it's slowly catching up, and they'd want to catch up soon. As Fontenelle again, nice flight and drift. As Charles, he picks up a single, he moves on to 20. Brings Sayers on strike, he's on 40. The score on 86 for 3. Sayers, he hits this one high, and the fielders can only watch as this one clears the field and clears the trees in the background here on the Lafargue playing field. Excellent shot here by Bolton Sayers.
Mighty blow struck by Sayers. A ball pitched up outside of stump, and Sayers hitting across the line slightly, but getting it to the widest long area over the trees, as you said, for 6 runs. So Bolton Sayers is playing a gem of an innings for the South Castries Lions, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will be very disappointed not to get his wicket. There was a drop chance, and then he moves on to 46, I think. And so Bolton Sayers, really and truly, is putting his foot on the accelerator.
He's 1 hit away from a half century, Bolton Sayers. Really holding the South Castries batting together.
Yes, Bolton Sayers and Efren Charles, they are doing a very good job at the moment. So from the South Castries Lions standpoint, they will want the two to stay there until the end. But the Pioneers, they will want to take a wicket or two to really get back into the game. But at the moment, the South Castries Lions, they have the noses in front.
He's not a big guy, Sayers, but he hits it far. That one went really high. And it cleared the boundaries here comfortably. I think it'd be a 6 on any ground in this world, as he'd be looking for his half century. This one is short and he finds the gap to the man at deep cover, and he picks up another single.
And what I like about this innings by Bolton Sayers, he's not taking any risk. He's playing each ball on its merit. And I'm sure the South Castries Lions, they are very happy with the batting of Bolton Sayers.
This one a bit flatter from Lesmore, showing some variation. Charles just able to get it past him and picks up another single.
So Bolton Sayers, Efren Charles, they are keeping the scoreboard ticking along. And they are playing very well indeed for the team. So after the loss of Johnson Charles and Andre Fletcher, and for the wicket down, these two, they have really put their heads down and put the South Castries Lions in good stead.
Sayers, this time he hits it squarer. The man from cover, he has some work to do. He moves across smartly. He prevents the boundary as Sayers, he picks up another couple, so he moves to 49. You said that he hasn't taken many risks, but he's on 49 of just 23 deliveries. He's striking at over 250.
Magnificent batting by the young man. And Efren Charles is giving him good support at the other end.
We're looking to complete that half century most definitely. The score 96. We're into the 10th over. This one is wide and signal wide by umpire Maffra. They would need a breakthrough here, the Pioneers. They want to see the back of Sayers, who just comfortably turns this one into the leg side. They have run the first one hard. Are they coming for two? Yes, they are. As the return comes in at the bowler's end, Fontenelle can't pick up cleanly, so Bolton Sayers, he picks up two and he brings his score to 51. Well played, half century by the young man.
And you can hear the applause in the dugout to my right in the South Castries Lions. And Bolton Sayers playing a magnificent knock, a chanceless innings by him, a superb knock. And as I said, Efren Charles giving him good support at the other end. So after losing the wickets of Johnson Charles, Andre Fletcher, these two young men have really come to the party and given the South Castries hope of crossing that 169.
So he's on 51, Sayers, of just 24 deliveries, 7 fours to 6s, striking at 212. As we're gonna quickly have a look at the partnership he has formed with Efren Charles. They have a partnership of 42. Good contributions by both batters, contributing almost equally to that sum. As we are at the halfway stage, and as the players take a break, we'll take a break for the commentary booth. The South Castries Lions, they are 99 for free in pursuit of 169.
around that time, we like to look around the crowd and see who praying and who looking to have big meetings. And I look in there and a good bit of them having big meetings. And others that having prayer sessions. One thing about SPL. You see all the religious people here? Hurricane season and SPL season both. I want to bring up a leak in her plum show.
As we make a resumption in this reply from the South Castries Lions, they are 99 for 3 at the halfway stage. They require a further 70 runs from 10 overs at just 7 and over as they look to secure a victory here at the Lafargue playing field. As Cody Legsmo, he continues from the southern end, and more of the same from Efron Charles picks up a single into the offside.
Good batting by Efron Charles. As I said, no pressure on them. They're well above the scoring rate. So another single, and both the inform. Is it Charles I'm facing now or Sayers?
Sayers on strike now. That
Okay.
previous single brings up the 100 as he pushes it straight to the man that shot midweek and shy at the stumps. Brilliant work here by McDonald, it seems. It was a suicide run there by Bolton Sayers. There was never one in it. And direct hit, immediate breakthrough after the drinks break for the Pioneers. The informed batter, Bolton Sayers, he goes for 51. The South Castries Lions, they are 100 for 4.
As I said previously, they were under no pressure. They were well above the asking rate. And no need to take a risky single. And then they tried a risky single and they paid the price. And they informed Bolton Sayers as to walk back to the pavilion as a good piece of fielding by McDonald. So the South Castries Lions, they will be disappointed in the way that Sayers went. Because, as I said, they were under no pressure. And so they just gifted a wicket to the Mon Repos Pioneers.
As we had a look at that replay and Sayers not happy, it looked like he was responding to the call from Charles and throwing his head back and his bat in the air. He was going really well, Bolton Sayers, and he would have wanted to carry his team over the victory line.
So a disappointing way to go.
I think Malcolm Mon Repos has made his way out to the middle, and he just places this one through the point region, and he's off the mark straight away.
Yes, so a good single to get. So as I said, they will have to really take it easy. No pressure on them. No need to take any risk. As we saw, they took a risk in the previous delivery and resulting in the run out of Bolton Sears, who was batting really well indeed.
68 required. Charles looking to compose himself after being involved in that run out, the run out of Bolton Sears, and he just works it off his pad. There's no one at the backward square leg region. The fielder from square leg had to come across, and he pulls it in. They get 2. 103 for 4.
Badly line delivery by Lesmo, and the batsman getting it down to the wideish fine leg area, and they go for 2.
So heavily packed offside field again, as Lesmo, he bowls this one, and Craig Emmanuel, he gets in the way at point. Good stop there by the veteran, going down low to his left, restricting the batters. There's no run. Dot ball.
Craig Emmanuel, I'm showing the youngsters how it is done. Good save by him.
This one is outside the line of the off stump, and dot ball. So Lesmo, he completes his third over. It was an eventful over. We saw the run out of Bolton Sayers. Big blow there to the South Castries Lions. After 11, they are 103 for 4.
The Mon Repos Pioneers, they are not giving up. They are fighting all the way. And with the run out of Bolton Sayers, I'm sure they will be rejuvenated and they will feel they still have a chance. So we are having a very good game here between the two teams, the South Castries Lions and the Mon Repos Pioneers.
Drives officially, but there is no one at the point region, no one inside the circle. The man comes off the boundary and restricts them to
Yes, a good shot there by the batsman, getting the ball down to the sweeper on the extra cover boundary. So 1 more to the total. So they just need to play each ball on its merit. As I said earlier, they are not under any pressure. They are above the asking rate.
Malcolm Monroe's going for a big hit, missing that one. As Fontenelle again flights it, and this time he gets connection. The fielder at long on just watches it sail over his head. So after missing the previous delivery, he gets connection this time, picks up a maximum. The score moves on to 110 for 4.
A good blow struck by Malcolm Monroe, the ball just outside of stump, and he tugged it over the wideish long on area for 6. So a welcome 6 for the South Castries Lions. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to tighten up and bowl a more off-stump line or midland off line to keep the batsman in check. But the South Castries Lions, they are really putting the foot on the accelerator now.
He's not afraid to give it air, Fontenelle. This time a bit flatter and cut away. Monroe's finding the gap between the man at backward point and the man on the cover boundary. He follows up that 6 with a 4, and it's clearly on the roll now. He moves on to 12.
Magnificent shot by Malcolm Monroe. A short ball outside the off stump from Cody Fontenelle, and he had the room to free his arms, and he freed his arms beautifully down to the backward point area for a lovely shot by Malcolm Monrose.
You'd want to get out of this over, Fontenelle. He's considered 11. As this one is angling in and Monrose goes back and just pushes it to the cover point region, and he finishes off the over with a single. At the end of the 12th, the South Castries Lions, they are 115 for 4.
This last shot was a risky shot. A ball on the stumps, he gave himself room playing it in the backward points area. But if he had missed, I think he would have been bowled. But he's batting very well, so probably he's seen the ball big as a football. And so he will want to continue to bat as long as possible himself and Efren Charles. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they need to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really get back into the game. But we are having a good game here at the Lafargue playing field.
Fontenelle to bowl his final over of his spell, and I continue mixing up the two Codys. It's Cody Lesmore from the southern end. He's bowling his final over of his spell. He has good overs so far, none for 21, and he'd want to finish off well. This one is just played into that point region, and that region has been a very busy one on both ends of the wicket.
Yes, and the batsmen getting ball outside the off stump, and they going back and opening the face of the bat and guiding it to the backward point area. So these areas has been very prolific in terms of run scoring.
Charles clips this one into the leg side, and the man from long on comes in but doesn't pick up quickly. The chance of a run out is an interesting shout. Benjamin was quick to remove the bails, and it was a diving effort there by Charles, and he probably just made his ground. So he picks up 2. The score moves on to 118 for 4.
Brilliant cricket here at the Lafargue playing field. The ball was stuck on the onside, and the batsman going for a second. The ball was sent to the keeper. He whipped off the bills in a flash. The batsman diving for safety, and umpire matchman saying not out. But good cricket all around being played here at the Lafargue playing field.
Lesmore this time beats him outside the line of the off stump. Dot delivery.
No pressure on the batsman there, so they need no need to take any risk. Just play each ball on its merit. But Efren Charles trying to be innovative, but he could not get back to ball.
Akeen pushes it into the point region, diving stop there by the fielder. Lesmore, he's been very economical, hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's done well for his team. And for 25, final delivery of his spell. Monroe's on strike. And he looks to tickle this one down the leg side. Appeal there, maybe in an effort to put off umpire Cooper, but she's up to the task. Signals wide.
But the line delivery there by Cody Lesmore. He will want to finish his spell on a good note. As you said, he hasn't taken a wicket, but he has bowled very well indeed, very tight.
This time Monrose advances, and brilliant stop on the cover boundary, restricting that to only a single. So good cricket all around. Monrose advancing down the wicket. This is that one well through the cover region. The man on the boundary, diving stop, limits it to 1. So this brings Cody Lesmore to the end of his 4-over spell. He has figures of none for 27, and the South Castries Lions, they are 121 for 4.
Yeah, we all thought it would be a boundary, but the man doing good work, running a few meters but to his right and diving full length and saving 3 runs and saving Well, they went for
They only got one.
only got one. So magnificent fielding there by the fielder on the extra cover boundary.
So we at the start of the 14th over. The Lions, they only require 48 from 7 overs, 48 from 42 deliveries. And the required run rate is just a little bit under 7, 6.86.
No pressure on them. But the Sabinas Emmanuel is back into the attack.
Yes. Just sensible cricket required from here on. As we see the return of Emmanuel. This time he's full and Mon Repos offers a shot outside the off stump. Gets a run, so they're rotating the strike pretty easily, the South Castries batters.
As I said well previously, they have no pressure on them. They just have to play each ball on its merit. And when the bad ball comes along, they will try and get a 4 or 6. So they just have to play sensible cricket.
This time, Charles, he hits it straight, and the boundaries at the Lafargue playing fields, the straight boundaries that is, they're not very long, and he picks up another boundary. So he moves on to 31 on the score, 126 for 4.
Welcome boundaries for the South Castries Lions. Sabinas Emmanuel pitching up on Charles, hitting straight on as an arrow, almost taking the head of John Matrin, who had to take evasive action. And so, good batting by Efren Charles. They will want him to continue the South Castries Lions.
He's hit 3-4s, Charles, as he drives this one. But there's protection out there on the deep cover boundary. Only one.
Yeah, so Efren Charles is beginning to really play swiftly. He's a good player, as I said. So he just have to play each ball on its merit. But Sabinas Emmanuel will want to make another breakthrough.
As Mon Repos drives this one, gets the outer portion of his bat, and it cuts out to the man on the deep point boundary. Another single, 41 required. 6.47 runs per over. Charles again drives down the ground this time. He tugs it a bit to the leg side. Cody Lesmore. Hope I got it right this time. He comes off the boundary and he prevents them from taking 2. Only 1. Another full delivery there by Sabinas Emmanuel. And this time he beats Mon Repos into the hands of Gian Benjamin. So he completes his 3rd over. At the end of the 14th, the South Castries Lions, they are 129 for 4. They require another 40 runs of 36 deliveries.
Not a bad over by Sabinas Emmanuel. And he has bowled his 3 overs, conceding 27 runs and has taken a wicket. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, they will want to take a wicket or 2 to really get back into the game. But as we said, the South Castries Lions, they have their noses in front. And if they continue to take the 1s and 2s on the odd boundaries, it will be an easy victory for them.
So we see another change at the southern end. Looks like the return of Nathaniel Joseph. He's bowled 2 overs. 2 for 15. Efron Charles on strike. He's on 33. He's played an excellent inning so far. as Joseph will be looking to take a wicket. And this one is driven powerfully. But straight to the man at long off, who fields cleanly. Restricts the batters to just a single. 39 required. Here's Joseph. This one is full on the line of the leg stump. Hits him on the full. Out appeal. And umpire Royalyn Cooper raises the finger. So Malcolm Monrose, he's been gone. LBW for 17. The South Castries Lions, they lose their fifth, 130 for 5.
Nathaniel Joseph, whom I said I was very impressed with, and he's brought back into the attack, and right away he has made the breakthrough for the Mon Repos Pioneers, getting the wicket of Malcolm Monrose. A full delivery. He played across the line, and he was adjudged leg before wicket by umpire Cooper. So a good blow struck there by Nathaniel Joseph.
So timely wicket by the Pioneers. They would need to continue taking wickets if they are to restrict the South Castries Lions. They only require 39, the Lions. Required run rate 6.88.
So we are having a very good game there. Nathaniel Joseph, he has bowled 3.2 overs, and he has taken 2 for 16.
3 for 16.
3 for 16.
That was his
magnificent bowling
third
by the young
wicket.
man.
And he's the pick of the bowlers so far. And a very good economy to boot. As he bowls to Royce Paul, who's made his way out into the middle. And just like the batters before him, he gets a comfortable single to get off the mark.
So the South Castries Lions, they wouldn't want to lose any more wickets to put themselves under pressure. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are not giving up. They are fighting all the way.
Charles back on strike. This time he drives uppishly and he beats the man on the cover boundary. Excellent shot there from Efron Charles. Just releasing some pressure after the loss of Malcolm Monrose. He moves on to 38. The score 135 for 5.
A good shot by Efron Charles. A ball just outside the off stump, and he came forward, opened the face of the bat, and hitting that down to the deep backward point area for 4. So Efron Charles is looking good, and the South Castries Lions, I'm sure they will be very happy with his work so far.
So Captain Gaston having a word with Joseph. I believe he's still injured, Gaston, unable to bowl. That's a big blow for the Pioneers. This one is short and down the leg side. Good effort there by Charles. Looking to beat the man at fine leg. If he had, surely pick up a boundary. There's not much protection on the leg side.
Badly line delivery by Joseph, and he was lucky not to concede the boundary. But nevertheless, the South Castries Lions got a wide.
As Nathaniel bowls this one wide outside the line of the off stump this time. Charles unable to make any connection. Dot ball.
It was a slower delivery. Well, these guys went to, and Charles he went for the shots a day too early.
33 required. This one is up in the air, and the fielder at square leg comes across, running catch. The youngster, he takes this one comfortably. So the man who was in, Efron Charles, he's been dismissed for 38. And Pioneers, they continue to strike, and they're still in this game.
A timely blow struck there again by the bowler. And so the South Castries Lions, they lose another wicket. So it's another twist in the game. And so we are having a good match here this evening. So who will be the victors at the end of the 20 over? We just have to wait and see.
Nathaniel Joseph picking up his 4th wicket, dismissing Efron Charles. He's gone for 38. He batted well, 4 boundaries, scoring at 122. But another wicket down, and just makes this game interesting again, as we see captain number 15, Kester Shalmain. He makes his way to the center, and he would want to captain his team to victory. They only require 33 from 5 overs. The required run rate is not an issue, but they've lost 6 wickets.
So the two teams, they are playing similar cricket, because when the Mon Repos and the Pioneers batted, they had a very good start, a good platform, and we all thought that they would get over 200. But in the end, they got only 168. And now the South Castries Lions, they need just 169 for victory, but they're 136 for 6. And so we are having a ding-dong battle here between the two teams.
And we saw a similar position in the previous game when the Titans were chasing. They kept losing wickets. Run rate was not an issue, but they were able to get off or get over the line in the final over with a 6 from Shanai Mesme. And the Lions, they would like the captain Kester Shalmain and the likes of Royce Ball and Xavier Gabriel to come to really guide them over the line. Important 2 points on the line tonight here at the Lafargue playing field. Fontenelle to bowl his final over. He has none for 34. Dot delivery to begin. Another flighted delivery, and he's bowled him, has he? Yes, he has. Cody Fontenelle, after being a bit expensive in his first 3 overs, he's come back and come back well. He's gotten the wicket of Royce Paul bowled. You could see the bail coming off the leg stump. Paul is gone for 1, and the Lions, they lose their 7th.
What a game we are having here at the Lafargue playing field. After the South Castries Lions, they lose Johnson Charles and Andre Fletcher. We all thought that it would be a struggle for them, but we had some good partnerships between Sayers and Efren Charles. But both of them are back in the pavilion, and some other batsmen also back in the pavilion. And the South Castries Lions, they are under a little pressure, but still they have their noses in front.
Yes, they only require 33. They have 7 wickets down. We see the experience of Larry Edward making his way out into the middle. And you still have Xavier Gabriel in the dugout. So I think they would be confident. However, the Pioneers would want to continue to strike and to continue applying pressure on the Lions.
And as you said, Larry Edward, very experienced player, former Winwoods player. So he will want to bring all his experience here tonight to guide the South Castries Lions to victory. But the Pioneers, they are not giving up, and they are fighting all the way.
Yeah, he did well with the bat today. The ball, sorry, Larry Edward. He picked up 3 wickets, and he'd want to follow that up with the bat this evening. The small crowd, which has gathered at the Lafargue playing field, they are fairly intrigued in this encounter. As Fontenelle is at the top of his mark. Bowls flighted delivery again. And Edward, he drives this one down to long on, and he's off the mark with a single.
Larry Edwards, he'll be very happy to get off the mark. And so he's confident that he can stay there with the other batsman and see if they can get to that 169. But as I said, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are fighting, they are not giving up. And so we are having a very good game here at the Lafargue playing field.
Charlemagne up to face his first delivery. And this one is slided down the leg side. And yes, John Maffrey signals wide. So one more to the total, one less required for the Lions. 31 of 4.3 overs. 31 of 29 deliveries. This one is outside the off stump, and Charlemagne, he looks to punch it. It comes for a signal and a chance for a run out. Had he picked up cleanly, but he didn't. Kester Charlemagne, he was halfway down the wicket. Maybe a sharp pickup and throw would have had him in some trouble, but it's not to be.
Kester Charlemagne will have to be careful. He has no pressure. So you have to wait for the ball to beat the fieldsman, but the ball was going straight to the fielder, so it would be very suicidal.
As Lesmo, this time it's on the line of the leg stump, and they push it into the leg side. They run the first one hard, they're coming back for the second, and this time much more comfortable. Two picked up by Kester Charlemagne, so he's off the mark, and he'd be happy to have him the not erased next to his name on the scorebook.
Good 2 runs by the batsmen. So they just need to play each ball on its merit, as I said earlier. And
as he goes for a big hit, and the fielder coming in off the mid-wicket boundary, and he takes a brilliant catch. Is that Cody Lesmo? Yes, it is. And an ill-advised shot from Captain Kester Charlemagne. The Lions, they continue to lose wickets. They have lost their 8th. The score 140 for it.
Not good batting at all by the captain, Kester Charlemagne, because as I indicated, no pressure on them. They are above the asking rate. And Kester Charlemagne going for an ill-advised shot, and he was caught in the mid-wicket area. So another wicket going down for the South Castries Lions, another twist in the game. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, as I said, they are fighting all the way.
A very, very close game. This one is coming down to the wire also. Cody Lesmo in his final over, picking up 2 wickets. So his figures looking a lot better. He finishes with figures of 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 38. So he's made a contribution in this game, picking up 2 key wickets. And the Lions, they only have Daniel Jean-Baptiste left in the dugout, and that's where it really gets tricky for them.
Very much so. Well said, Afa Eugene. And the 2 batsmen out there, they are having a conference, Larry Edward and Xavier Gabriel. But really and truly, it's getting very tricky. And with Daniel Jean-Baptiste left in the dugout, it's really getting very nervy for the South Castries Lions. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they were scoring just 168. But they're really fighting. And who knows, they can win the game. But cricket is a funny old game. And we just have to wait for the 20 overs to see who will be the victors.
.29 required of the final 4 overs. We're witnessing another close encounter at the Lafargue playing field. We're not getting the big 200-run scores we saw in the north. However, this wicket, this ground is putting some good tight contests together as Larry Edward and Xavier Gabriel, they get together and they want to try and shepherd their team to victory. Nathaniel Joseph will have other ideas. He's picked up 4 wickets for 22. And he beats Edward outside the line of the off stump. The young man has bowled well tonight.
Yes, as I said before, I am very much impressed with his bowling. He's bowling good line, good length. And to keep Larry Edward quiet is a very good fit for him. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are fighting and they sense they can have this game under the belt. But the South Castries Lions will have other ideas.
Edward gets bat on this one this time, but can't beat the fielder at short foot. 2 dot balls to begin the 17th.
Very good bowling by the young man, and he will want to continue bowling in good areas and to keep the batsman quiet.
They wouldn't want to lose another wicket here, the Lions. Edwards probably realizing the danger that his team is in, taking the safe option, and the required rate is just under 8, so he don't need to do anything extravagant as he just pushes that one into the leg side and they come comfortably through for a single. Brings Gabriel on strike to face his first delivery.
Xavier Gabriel he has some batting ability, but he's a very aggressive batsman and he needs to curb his aggression this evening because, as we said, just Daniel Jabatis in the dugout, and so these two will want to bat the rest of the overs to get to that 169.
.28 from 21. Gabriel on strike. And he just guides this one into the cover point region and a single taken there. He's off the mark.
And Xavier Gabriel also played for the Winwoods. So 2 experienced players, both played for the Winwoods. And so they will want to put all the experience there and the Lafargue playing field to get the team over the finishing line.
I thought the Pioneers were a bit laid back to allow Gabriel that easy single to get off the mark. As I indicated earlier, I'd really have my fielders in front of square close in, preventing that single. As Edward comes on strike and trying to pinch another one, but Benjamin is quick behind the stumps and another dot ball. So with every delivery, the required run rate, it climbs slowly. Only 2 singles taken off the 17th over so far.
Brilliant bowling by Nathaniel Joseph, and he's keeping the Pioneers in the hunt.
We're looking to close out this over well, and again, as I was indicating about 2 balls ago, allowing the batters through for an easy single. So after 17, the Lions in pursuit of 169. They are 143 for 8, and they require 26 of 18 deliveries.
So we have a game on our hands, and I'm sure the small crowd around, they are enjoying the proceedings so far. Xavier Gabriel, Larry Edwards, they are having a conference out there in the middle. And also the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are having a conference. So, very good game. And people are getting on edge. The players are getting on edge. And after Eugene, we are in for a very tight finish.
Yes, 26 required by the Lions. They only have 2 wickets in hand. And the Pioneers, they have done well to defend 168. And they would want to probably take another wicket and really get into the number 11 as McDonald, he's bowled 1 over in this innings. He's been entrusted to bowl the important 18th. He'll be bowling to Larry Edward. And there's no one in front of square on the leg side. The deep fielders are deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep cover. His right arm over the wicket. Edward gets a bottom edge. This one beats the keeper. Good effort there by the man running back from fine leg. Good bit of football skills, able to prevent it from going over the boundary and restrict the batters to only 2.
It's Joseph,
yes.
Nathaniel Joseph,
yes.
who made that save. So he's on a high, he bowled well, and now he's also feeling well, saving 2 runs for his team.
McDonald, this time outside. You have stump Edward looking for a wide signal. Umpire Maffrey unmoved. Lots of experience. Player, lots of experience in umpiring. John Maffrey. Not easily foxed. 24 required. Edward again just lets this one go by, and McDonald has begun the 18th over very well, only conceding 2 runs.
Instead, trying to play a shot outside the off stump, he's waiting for umpire Maffrey to call a wide. So he's batting and want to umpire at the same time. So he needs to concentrate on his batting. And so the bowler McDonald is bowling a very good line just outside of stump.
So the quick hard run rate, it continues to climb with every dot delivery. It's at 9.6. 24 required of 15. This one, he gets a short delivery. He pulls it away. The man can't come across. And Larry Edward, he finally gets some bat on this one. It was on the line of the leg stump. He swiveled it away into the leg side. He picks up 4. The score, 149 for it.
McDonald missing the plot on this occasion after bowling 2 good deliveries just outside of stump. This one was on the leg stump, and Larry Edward helping himself to a boundary.
20 required as he pulls again. This time not quite getting it. The man can come across, but he doesn't. Oh, he does. They only get 1, so I think that could be described as poor running there by the South Castries Lions. I really thought a second run was in the making. But that single brings up their 150. They are 150 for it.
Again, they're trying to see if they can get to that 169. But as I said, the Pioneers, they are really fighting. They are not giving up. And what a game we are having here at the Fargue playing field.
Gabriel on strike for his second delivery, and he looks to give himself room, but can only find a man at deep square leg, and this time they come back for the second. It's a long boundary out there, so always the opportunity for 2 as the score moves on to 152 for 8. 17 required of the final 2 overs.
Misfield there by the fielder at the deep backward square area and allow the batsman coming through for the second run. So the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy with this over. And so they 152 for 8. So the Mon Repos Pioneers, as I said before, they scored only 168 and they are defending very well. But it's a very good game. But let's see what will happen at the end of the 20 overs.
Very well poised. No one has left the ground. We're approaching 11:30 and everybody is well into this encounter. As Sabina Simanuel, he looks to be interested in getting the ball from his captain Keon Gaston, and there's a change of ends for him. He's bowled well so far. He's picked up a wicket. And he has options. McDonald has 2 left. Zanaki Louis has 3. So interesting to see who will be interested to bowl the final over. How much do you think South Castries would want to get, or how much do you think the Pioneers would want to defend in the final over? As Edward drives this one, but straight to the man at extra cover, and Craig Emmanuel unable to pick up this one cleanly. Xavier Gabriel had committed to taking that run, and he would have been in trouble there, Gabriel.
Yeah, but we can forgive Craig Emmanuel because he is not the youngest on the field. And so 152 for 8. So they will want to defend. How many more for victory?
11. 17 of 11.
Okay. So probably they will want to defend just around, I'll say 9 or less, around 8 in the last over.
Yeah, we see the Pioneers have their rags out, so maybe some slippery conditions. We had some rain earlier in the evening. This one is bowled him. Larry Edward looking to go across the line, and Sabinas Emmanuel, he picks up a big wicket. The South Castries Lions, they have lost their 9th, and Larry Edward, the team would be looking to him to bring them through, but he has to go, and the South Castries Lions 152 for 9.
Experience versus experience, but the bowler is the successful one on this occasion. A bad shot by Larry Edward. He was there with Xavier Gabriel, 2 experienced players, and now he exposed Daniel Jabatis. And so the Mon Repos Pioneers, they think they are in with a chance.
Sabinas Emmanuel having scored 76. He has figures of 2 for 27 into his 4th over. A real all-round performance by the experienced left-hander, and 17 required of 10. The Pioneers, I think, are in pole position to take victory here tonight.
Yeah, so very good bowling by the Pioneers. As I said, they just got 168, but they are really defending well at the moment, and they have the South Castries Lions 152 for 9. And Daniel Jean-Baptiste, we all know, is not one of the better batsmen, but who knows, tonight might be his night, and he will bring the South Castries Lions across the line. But we just have to wait and see.
$17 required from 10. Emmanuel really putting his team as favorites at this stage. Jean-Baptiste would probably just want to try to get a single and put Gabriel on strike. Emmanuel will be looking for the wicket. This one is full and he's bowled him. It looks like the middle stump has been pegged back. So Sabinas Emmanuel is taken back-to-back wickets here in the 19th over. He's destroyed the bottom half of the Lions batting. They have capitulated and they have lost this one. They've been bowled out in the 19th over for 152. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they have come back in this encounter to defeat the South Castries Lions.
As I indicated, 168 is a below par total, but if they could make early inroads into the South Castries Lions batting, especially if they can get Fletcher and Johnson Charles early, they had a very good chance. And so said, a good knock by Bolton Sayers and Ephraim Charles, but the rest of the batting really didn't live up to expectation. And the Mon Repos Pioneers, they get in the first win of the tournament. Hard luck for the South Castries Lions. Good luck to the Mon Repos Pioneers.
As we have a look at that replay, Daniel Jabatis comprehensively bowled by Sabinas Emmanuel, and we have a quick look at the summary of match number 19. The Pioneers, having been inserted, they got to 168 on the back of 76 from Sabinas Emmanuel, 27 from Benjamin. Kester Shalmang was brilliant for the Lions. He took 4 for 9. The Lions, in response, they only got to 152. Bolton Sayers, he was brilliant for 51. Charles provided good support with 48. But Sabinas Emmanuel, 3 for 27, and Nathaniel Joseph, 4 for 25, really securing the victory for the Pioneers. So there we have it at the Lafargue playing field. The Pioneers, they have won by 16 runs. From me, after Eugene, my co-commentator Joe, our production crew, our team here at the SPL, we want to thank you for joining us, and stay tuned for the post-match presentation, which will be held in a few.
Good evening and welcome to the post-match presentation of the St. Lucia Premier League Match 19 2026. We saw a nail-biting encounter. I am Alpha Eugene and I'll be bringing you this presentation. First, we will hear from Kester Shalmain, captain of the South Castries Lions. Hard luck tonight, Kester. At the halfway stage, 168. Did you think you were still in the contest?
Definitely. I mean, we did well to restrict the guys the way they were going. So I back my team for us to chase that total.
Yes, you had a tough start to the tournament. What do you think you could do to change the fortunes of your team?
We just look to be, a bit more clinical in the end and finish games off, and only before the battles, the bowlers to do. Sorry.
Okay, hard luck. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We will now call on Keon Gaston, captain of the Mon Repos Pioneers. Keon, tight encounter. Your thoughts on the game tonight?
Well, I think in the batting, we did pretty well at the start, the first 6. So I'll say the first 8 overs, we did pretty well. We were going at a good rate. But South Castries bowled well in the middle to restrict us to a total under 200. But in the second innings, they got off to a fly, and then we end up pulling the game back very well thanks to Sabness and the other bowlers. Yeah.
So good analysis. I'll not keep you in the rain. All the best for the rest of the tournament, Keon.
Thank you.
So now we've come to presentation time. I will invite Mr. Mervyn Erme to the middle, finance manager and former president of the Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. And for his 76 and 3 for 27, Sabinas Emmanuel is our man of the match for tonight. Sabinas, a quick word from you. You had a brilliant start. Could you tell us about your innings and tell us about the overall performance, your performance?
Well, tonight I was just thinking like I wanted to win. So I was just going out from ball 1. Whenever I had the support, and the next end, I was good.
Okay, Sabinas, well played today and all the best for the rest of the tournament. As we conclude tonight's game, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they have defeated the South Castries Lions. This is not the end of the SPL for this weekend. We're back here tomorrow for another double header, and we look forward to seeing all of you here. But for tonight, it's goodbye and good night.